Good evening and welcome to the July 28th, 22 special session of your unified government here of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that we have individuals attending remotely as well as on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak, so the public that is participating knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. I'll now call this meeting to order. Clerk, could you announce the meeting and the roll call, please?
Good evening. You are hereby notified that I have called a special session of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, to be conducted in a hybrid format on Thursday, July 28th, 2022 at 5 p.m. in the commission chambers located on the lobby level of the municipal office building for presentations from Wyandotte County elected officials and urban planning and zoning. Roll call. Ramirez.
Here.
Johnson.
Here.
Kane. Here. Markley. Here. Stites.
Here.
Davis. We do have an absence memo. Bynum. Here. Burrows.
Here.
Townsend.
Here.
McKiernan.
Here.
Garner.
Here. Thank you, Clerk. This evening during our special session, we're going to hear several presentations from several of our Wyandotte County elected officials. And welcome to the chambers here at the Unified Government. That'll also be followed by a presentation from Mr. Hand, who's our Urban Planning and Zoning Department Director. So we're going to start this meeting off with Mayor Carolyn Cahar with the City of Edwardsville here in Wyandotte County. If you can come to the podium.
As Mayor of Edwardsville, thank you for allowing me to advocate for the needs of the people in our part of Wyandotte County for your consideration for the county budget planning process. I'd first like to explain the perspective of the residents in the southwest part of Wyandotte County. A large portion of our annual tax bill goes to pay for services from the Unified Government of Wyandotte County. These services include the Health Department located in downtown Kansas City, Kansas, the DA's office and district court located in downtown Kansas City, Kansas, the appraiser's office and Department of Motor Vehicles located in Kansas City, Kansas, the election office located in downtown Kansas City, Kansas, the sheriff's department and jail located in downtown Kansas City, Kansas. We've not only requested an advanced voting site accessible to the people of Edwardsville, but even offered our ADA compliant and accessible community center for use after hearing concerns from some of our seniors with disabilities. About a year later, we found out the Unified Government was excited to announce a new advanced voting site in, you guessed it, Kansas City, Kansas. Residents have to drive quite a distance to access nearly every county service, making some of these inaccessible to those most in need in our community. It is so discouraging to see county tax money being funneled into messy consolidated funds, providing maintenance, manpower, and equipment to not only our 3 county parks, but our county dollars and resources are being used in over 50 Kansas City, Kansas parks, while not $1 is invested in our area to improve the health and quality of life for residents in our part of Wyandotte County. We see millions upon millions of dollars being poured into the health department that isn't even accessible to those most in need in our community, while the sheriff's department isn't prioritized enough to keep jail or the district shared between Bonner Springs and Edwardsville manned on a consistent basis. I cannot express to you how disheartening it was to hear the great disparity in allocation of CARES Act funding sent to assist all of Wyandotte County during the COVID shutdowns. With nearly identical enrollment numbers, Piper School District received nearly $380,000, while the students of the Bonner Edwardsville School District received only $56,000. The Unified Government of Wyandotte County received $37 million in CARES Act funding. $25 million was set aside for direct aid to local municipalities. We heard of park improvements and trail expansions in other parts of the county. Over $6 million in public safety reimbursements, but not one of those dollars was sent to assist the police department or fire department in Edwardsville. Of the $25 million set aside for local municipalities, $449,400 came to the city of Edwardsville. Less than half of what was given to the shutdown, then online only Kansas City, Kansas Community College. Out of $37 million, only $449,000 was sent to our entire city to run our city hall, our public works, our parks and recreation department, our municipal court, our fire department, and our police department combined. The people of Edwardsville have been charged a pilot tax through BPU by the unified government for decades. This tax on the residents of Edwardsville is applied directly into the Kansas City, Kansas budget. The one county service that directly assisted our part of Wyandotte was Sci-Fi, which was a program that was given $1 million from the county as funding allocated the dollars based on a formula consisting of population and lane miles. This program invested approximately $120,000 to $150,000 each year into the care and maintenance of our roads. This program was eliminated in 2008. The people of our part of the county feel by design that we are underrepresented in our county. This is displayed in the lack of investment in our part of the county, reflected directly from not only CARES, but also the annual budget year after year. I would not come before you with a list of concerns without presenting not only clear requests, but solutions. While I know each commissioner has Kansas City, Kansas in their district, only 2 districts even include Edwardsville. The people in our part of Wyandotte County feel that we are not a priority. I'm asking that you all advocate for all of Wyandotte County as our commissioners, and not only your section of Kansas City, Kansas. Please bring back Sci-Fi, helping fund the repair and maintenance of roads in our part of the county. Please consider reimbursing the citizens of Edwardsville the money taken to fund Kansas City, Kansas directly through pilot, or at the very least, eliminating pilot from our BPU bills. We have applied for multiple ARPA grants. As a representative of large portions of the population, I implore you to give Edwardsville and Bonner Springs applications priority over the other applications, just as you would with other unified government applications or Kansas City, Kansas projects. One of our applications is for a computer lab and small library. During COVID, it became more apparent than ever that internet accessibility in our area was lacking at best. Unlike Kansas City, Kansas, Edwardsville was left out of the deal with Google Fiber, offering fiber speeds at affordable rates. We had people working from home and parents either working from home or forced to quit their jobs to care for their students, now attempting a virtual education at home as their schools were shut down. Many families had multiple students trying to stream their classroom at the same time in one household, which was not a possibility. People who had lost their jobs were trying to find employment, fill out applications and resumes from their cell phones. While Bonner Springs and Kansas City have wonderful libraries, it would best serve the residents in our part of the county to have a library and computer lab within walking distance. This would allow the most disadvantaged in our community to access high-speed internet, improving education and workforce development in our part of Wyandotte County. We ask that the county invest in this initiative, giving access to education and workforce development for those most in need by assisting in the funding to get us started, in removing Edwardsville from the PET district, keeping tax dollars in Edwardsville to continue funding this great assistance to those in need in our community for years to come. Another application was for a splash park. The unified government of Wyandotte County has already installed 3 of these throughout Kansas City, Kansas, and are greatly enjoyed by the youth in those areas. Edwardsville doesn't have a pool or any other place to cool down on hot summer days. The splash park would be like the computer lab, located within walking distance of low income and subsidized housing, as well as by the large mobile home park, which includes many residents who rely on income-based subsidies and food assistance. Whether it be through ARPA, regular budget, or included in the $11 million reimbursed revenue replacement, I'd ask that you help me in finding solutions to get these initiatives funded. I'm not advocating for an increase in county mills to pay for these investments, but for a reallocation of county funds. I'm asking for accountability and transparency by auditing and possibly eliminating messy consolidated funds. I have been advised not to ask for additional services at the same time as a tax decrease. To be clear, I'm not asking for additional service, but equity of service, and to not be charged as a taxpayer for services we are not getting. There are so many county tax funded services, investments, and programs that are either not accessible to the residents in our part of Wyandotte, or we would not even qualify for these based on our location, census tract, or demographics. I am asking that there be an audit done of the consolidated funds, parks, and health department initiatives to ensure that if a program is only eligible to the residents of Kansas City, Kansas, it be funded by Kansas City, Kansas, not the entire county. In summary, I'm asking that you, as our CEO and our county commissioners, would advocate for investment in our part of the county and lower the tax burden. With a nearly 10% bump in assessed value and several million in county reserves, there is room for relief. Take this opportunity, as millions are coming into the county to fund our ARPA requests, whether it be through using discretion to enumerate the ARPA applications, funding them through the regular budget, or by reallocating county tax dollars, or using a small part of the $11 million added to the county for revenue loss reimbursement. Add the removal of the KCK pilot tax from the Edwardsville residents to an upcoming commission agenda, and audit consolidated funds and county programs to ensure county revenue is only being used to fund programs and improvements that are available and eligible to all county residents. Show Edwardsville residents that this CEO and Board of Commissioners sees us and cares enough to invest some of the money that we have entrusted to them back into our part of Wyandotte County. Please email me with any questions. I look forward to working with you to serve the people of Wyandotte County.
Thank you, Mayor. If you stay just for a second, are there any questions for Edwardsville Mayor Cahar from the commissioners? Commissioner Ramirez, I'm sorry.
Fine. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for coming before us. This actually has been on my mind because a couple of days ago, I chaired the mayor's task force on government efficiencies for the city. And I met with Chairman Eilert in Johnson County to see how Johnson County achieves their efficiencies. And the overall theme I got from everything that he told me was communication and collaboration between the county commission, the county administration, and all of the 21 cities within Johnson County. And that's something we here do not have very often, is that communication and that collaboration. I will say I fall victim to just focusing on KCK, because yes, that's where my district resides, but I also serve not just as a city commissioner, but also as a county commissioner for Edwardsville and Bonner. And so I'm willing to work with Commissioners McCain and Commissioner Stites of making Bonner and Edwardsville more part of the picture and part of the conversation, and create that communication and that collaboration. You're correct when you say that, you know, a lot of people come to us for tax decrease, but more service. You just want equal service of what Bonner and Edwardsville is not getting, but KCK residents are. So I will say I do apologize that I fall victim to that, but I will work with Commissioners Kane and Stites to correct that wrong. So thank you.
Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Ramirez, I would hope you would work with the commissioner at large that represents Bonner Springs and Edwardsville, being myself. The Mayor, thank you for being here. I do remember a few years back appearing before the city council and Bonner having a respectful conversation in reference to their disappointment in the allocation of the ARPA funds, and also meeting in reference to the IT backbone broadband discussion, and as well as a few other issues that have come to light. And what I really want to bring to the attention of both you and Mr. Harrington, Mayor Harrington, is that when the first ARPA funding was being discussed, I had requested that a commissioner from those areas be on the committee, and that did not occur. And I even suggested it again when the last allocation came forward because of what was considered the inequities that you clearly pointed out this evening in reference to how those ARPA dollars were distributed. So we have commissioners that are listening, but I'm pleased to hear other commissioners are willing to work with those of us that represent your areas to do what is fair and equitable to both Bonner and Edwardsville. So thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stites.
Commissioner Stites, District 7. I echo what you say, Commissioner Burrows, regarding the committees for ARPA funding. We, in Edwardsville, I was on Edwardsville City Council for 6 years. And when this committee, we asked and asked and asked, why are we not being represented on this? And we got nowhere. And I really do appreciate the comments by Commissioner Ramirez and the willingness to listen to what Mayor Cahar brought to us. She didn't just come to us with problems. She came to us with solutions and how we can get this unified government, truly unified, because it has not been since inception. And I look forward to hopefully increased services, tax reduction, and equal and fair treatment to Bonner Springs and Edwardsville. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mary. By chance, as the mayor, CEO of the Unified Government, I made it known, I'll make it known again, I support the equitable delivery of goods and service from this unified government to both Bonner and Edwardsville, and the good folks that we know are part of this county. What you put out as far as your recommendations to the unified government, if you could get that to each commissioner and myself and the administrator, that would really be of value as we work through our budget process, and it would lend heavily on the consideration. So hopefully our commissioners can make an informed decision. So
I'll follow up with an email to everyone.
thank you so much. All right.
Thank you.
Next, we have Bonner Springs Mayor Jeff Harrington. And Mayor Harrington, he volunteered to actually lead the search committee for our administrator. So thank you for that as well.
Well, appreciate that. Greetings from west of 635, west of 435, and a good portion west of Kansas Highway 7. So we're all the way out on the edge of Wyandotte County. We're a full service city. Bonner Springs is home of the brave. You all may know where Bonner Springs is. We have about 8,000 people that live there, about 5% of Wyandotte County. And I highlighted that as the little golden area out there in the southwest portion of Wyandotte County. You're all familiar with it. But for a long time, Wyandotte County, Bonner Springs has felt as though Wyandotte County has considered them the golden section of Wyandotte County. And what is so difficult is, I'm going to stand on Mayor Cahar's shoulders, the fair and equitable distribution of the county services. Kansas City, Kansas, beautiful place. Wyandotte County, beautiful place. You are our Wyandotte County commissioners and our Wyandotte County CEO. And we appreciate all that you have helped us with in the past, and we stand ready to assist in any way. I've been mayor of Bonner Springs since 2013 and on the city council for 12 years before that. 12 years before that, I was a member of the Planning and Zoning Committee in Bonner Springs. So I come with a long history of what has actually been happening in Bonner Springs. So we appreciate this change. I don't know of any time before that the mayor of Bonner Springs has been called to address prior to the budget. And I appreciate that. Thank you, sir. I don't know the last county administrator search Mayor McTaggart and I were attended. I don't think we ever had such a position, but I will do my very best to assist in Wyandotte County finding the very best administrator that we can have. Not to toot my own horn, but we have our city manager here this evening, Sean Peterson. And this young man, we were able to find through a search that we did shortly after I was elected. And Bonner Springs has benefited greatly from his professionalism. He's brought a youth perspective to Bonner Springs that we have benefited from greatly. But with that comes a maturity. He has supported us through building a new city hall. This new city hall is in a 100-year-old building, a part of our city, an icon in our city hall, the old 1918 building. And so Bonner Springs stands ready. I recognize I'm not the old head here. I know that Commissioner Kane and Commissioner McKiernan have far more seniority than I do, and I bow to that as well. And I'd like to thank our commissioners, Burrows and Stites. Burrows and Stites for their communication. They stand at the ready to assist Bonner Springs and our constituents, and I myself. I've called them on occasions when I need to have a helpful ear or just a shoulder to cry on. And I appreciate you gentlemen putting your name on the line and being elected to be our county commissioners. I appreciate that. But this, there are a few things, a few bullet points that I'd like to go over my presentation. I don't have near the solutions for you as much as I have some of the concerns that Bonner Springs has. Some of the concerns that were brought up, maybe having an extension office for those in Western Wyandotte County to handle county health services and vehicle registration, titles, things of that, early voting. We have an adaptable space in this 1918 new government services building that could certainly house that and has been offered before. Within the intersection of Kansas Highway 7 and Kansas Avenue, Bonner Springs may only have 8,000 people population, but there are 40,000 people that live within 10 minutes of that intersection. 20,000 of them are Wyandotte County residents. So we have a good portion that can support that and needs those type of services. The Loring service area, specifically fire and EMS services for that area of the Wyandotte County. It's outside our city limits, but years prior, we have helped provide services out there on a limited basis on contract to the unified government. There are not enough rooftops out there to make it feasible for a small town like us to overextend our services and provide that for them out there. And we did it through a contract with the unified government. And we provided that contract to the unified government and look forward to being able to serve them again, if that's of your desires. The dispatch services in Wyandotte County, I know that we're working through that with our police department, but this is a vital area that has to be dealt with IT and personnel. The dispatch services can be a huge significant part of a response time. And we need to have that supported across all of the IT formats, as well as the data and metrics that we can garner from that, the equipment and radios and other purchases that should be using the E911 fees and leveraged by all the cities in the county. The fiber that Mayor Cahar made mention of, that where Bonner Springs is not connected to the UG's fiber network, which has been a concern for economic development as well as public safety and countywide operations. And although there was a planned installation as a part of the COVID emergency recovery grant awarded to the UG by the state to specifically extend the fiber to Bonner and Edwardsville, that project ultimately was not completed as designed, and we'd like to see those IT and those services provided. The recycling and hazardous waste drop-off location or transfer station for Western Wyandotte County. We have a recycling center at our public works that can accommodate that, and we'd like to be a part of that Wyandotte County initiative for hazardous waste drop-off. Residential hazardous waste drop-off. Sorry, I'm not getting into the big stuff. We would appreciate increased cooperation between the Tiblo Transit, our public transportation authority that we have in Bonner Springs, and the UG Transit to assist with dispatch, coordinate routes, and stops. We could greatly increase the services that we provide to both Bonner Springs residents as well as Kansas City, Kansas residents with increased cooperation. But domestic violence cases, right now they're currently handled in our municipal court, as I'm sure in Kansas City, Kansas, and Wyandotte County is likely the only one where the county doesn't handle these matters in district court. And we think with the sensitive nature of these domestic violence cases, they should be heard in district court. And that's something that should be looked into. The jail and the sheriff's department. One of the things that keeps coming up is the significant amount of time it takes for processing prisoners. The wait times can be significant for Bonner Springs officers that take a prisoner into the jail. The same for Edwardsville. And on top of the drive time, which is at least 20 minutes each direction. I understand parts of Kansas City, Kansas, the sheriff's department's able to service them with a paddy wagon. If that paddy wagon could make a stop in Bonner Springs and Edwardsville and save our officers 20 minutes one way, 45-minute round trip, that could mean increased safety for our citizens with another officer on the street. Sandstone Amphitheater, right now it's Azura Amphitheater. All us old heads may remember it as Sandstone, but we need to continue to invest in that amphitheater. That's a community asset that needs to be cared for. I know we had a joint venture that worked on some of the facility a couple of years ago, but we need to do that. Notably, the height of the stage. The acts that are able to come in to this facility are limited because of the height of the stage, is what I'm being told. And so I think there needs to be some investment in rehabbing that facility. And I know it's a group effort with both the city, county, state, and the promoter, but those are things that should be considered and budgeted for. I also reiterate the sci-fi funds programs for the streets. Bonner Springs, since I've been elected, we have had a commitment of improving the roadways in Bonner Springs. We average almost $1 million a year over the last 10 years of investment in the biggest asset we have, and that's our hard surface streets. We, like you, have a professional engineering study done to best serve the citizens of Bonner Springs and not just a windshield tour. Oh, that's a bad road. We go through it in a professional manner, but having those funds from the county that should go to all of the Wyandotte County for street and highway improvements, street and road improvements, sorry. Charter ordinance review, that was mentioned earlier. We need to be a part of that. It's been 20 years, and this charter ordinance, anything needs to be reviewed every 20 years, at least every 10 years. And so having a part of that, like was mentioned, I think is mandatory. There's just no way about being able to continue and being a unified government without reviewing those mechanics. With that would include the continued audit. I applaud you for starting that process. It's a hard job. Digging into the minutia of the budgets and what that pays for and how it's done and where the efficiencies are and where the waste is, that is the hard part. Just because we put our names on the line doesn't make it easy. So I appreciate you going into that and not stopping, keeping up with it, but audits of all of Wyandotte County's services. And then I saved the best for last. we're a part of the Unified Government Trash contract with Waste Management. And we don't have a lot of control over that. We're a party to it, but we're kind of, we're down the feeding chain a little bit. We're not, we're kind of like a cousin. We don't have direct say in it, but it is a benefit to our citizens. The expense that it costs is very reasonable. And I just want to make sure that we're charged the same as everybody else. That's one of the questions that I get from other people. And I would like to think that we're being served as well as everyone else. We have roads, 142nd Street, Riverview, McGrantwood, that get missed regularly for weeks on end. That makes a difference. That makes the mayor want to go out in his pickup truck and pick up trash. It's hard. It's hard to stand there and see Mr. Stevens come practically crying about the trash that he's had to put up with. And it's got to the point to where our city clerk has had to manage those complaint calls. And on the front end, we'll ask, is there any large items in your trash? Nope. Is there any construction material at all in the trash? Nope. Those are the questions that Waste Management most often ask, or will close the ticket because they assume that's the case. Oh, it must be new construction. Nope. So these are homes that have been there forever. Well, I'm sorry, not ever. I don't want to be dramatic, but these are homes that have had trash missed for months. And I do have those numbers here, and they've been provided to the Unified Government time and time again. So with that, I don't like to end on a low note, but the trash is really significant, and we need, I know there's legal situations going on, but if we can't maintain if we can't continue with the way it's going, we need to go a different direction. So I appreciate all of you, and stand ready to help however you need. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Are there any questions from the commission for the mayor? Commissioner Bynum?
Thank you. I appreciate all that you've said, but I'm honing in on the trash.
Oh, good.
And my comments are more really for our staff. Several of us sat on the Solid Waste Review Committee, and we spent multiple years doing that together because we're required to submit the plan to the state. We do have issues with trash and with our contract. My question for you and our staff, Mr. Deichler can probably answer this. Our 311 system, is it for Bonner? Does Bonner use our 311? Okay, because it is God bless you for taking the trash complaints. Our current understanding of the accountability mechanism for missed trash is the owner of the property, not you, not me, not Commissioner Kane, submits to 311, and the other ways don't count.
Absolutely right. And we have
So-
counseled all of our
Okay.
citizens each time they have to call that
Okay.
number and make that complaint. This has been ongoing for over a year.
Yes, it
And-
has.
Yep.
And I'm sorry that it's that way. But that's the mechanism that's in play right now. So I was just hoping to make sure you were counseling your residents on missed trash, that is the one way that we hold Waste Management accountable. And I appreciate all your comments, but you really got my attention with that one, because of course, we all deal with that all week long.
Oh, it's
Thank
every
you.
trip to the grocery store.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Mr. Deichler.
Yes, and thank you, and Mayor, good evening. I will say 311 a few years back, I went to Waste Management, built the filters, installed the application, gave them their own access to our system in Dynamics. So there is a call that's encouraged to call 311. And the reason why is it's real-time information. So the data gets put into the system immediately. If you receive a call on a Tuesday and they say, you just missed this entire block on 142nd, they'll come back out because they can turn around and see that immediately right there and issue an order while the trucks are still in the neighborhood. Whereas before, you would take a close of business type of report, follow the next day. Now they're on Wednesdays, field duty, and they're not coming back, and they're trying to do it as a backup behind. So the benefit of getting it into 311, it is a closed loop system in that perspective. We can track it that way, but it gets into the trucks in the hands of dispatch immediately, allows your constituents to put that complaint straight from us to them. So them being Waste Management can view that immediately and take care of the service while they're still in the neighborhood.
And I appreciate that. I just wish it would work that well.
That makes two of us.
Commissioner King.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mayor, for coming, and thank you for reminding a couple that are long in the tooth here. I literally had to call Ally this week to ask her if 311 was outsourced. And when you're asked a question like that, I'm like, I'm not a huge fan of 311, but there's a process we have to use. But it's frustrating when my constituents say, hey, is this outsourced? Are we really doing this here or what? So it's frustrating. So that's one part. And the other part, Sean, you just got a heck of a recommendation to take the opening we have. So you're more than welcome to apply for it. He said he was great. I thought, let him apply for the job. I don't want to steal him from you, but we'll take him.
Yeah, over my dead body.
Thank you, Commissioner McHenry.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Cahar, Mayor Harrington, thank you for being here. You know that our door is always open to you, always has been, always will be. Mayor Harrington, you said you wanted to have trash pickup as good as we have. Well, let me tell you, you have trash pickup as bad as we have. And it is bad. And I make phone calls and I send emails every single week about missed pickups. We pay our fees, your citizens pay their fees, and we're not getting service. I think you and I know that correcting that so that we have consistent, good service is probably going to end up costing us a little bit more than it does now. And we're going to have to prepare for that because it is in the future. But I look forward to working with both of you on that issue and as many others as we can tackle. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Steins.
Once again, Commissioner Stites, District 7. And I want to say thanks to both mayors for coming in. It was concerning to me when I was out and decided to run for District 7 County Commission. And it was brought to my attention that we have the budget process and how do we do our budget accurately if we don't ask the needs of the two other cities that are in our county, Bonner Springs and Edwardsville? They weren't included in the process. We don't know what their needs are, but yet we vote and push this budget through, vote on it and approve it, and have not contacted either city. So I'm not sure if it was Mayor Tyrone, if that was your doings there, but I appreciate it because that they need to be involved in the process. A couple different things that was brought up was, and I made the note of the Tiblo Transit and the paddy wagon, not to be used as the same, because I don't want you to use the Tiblo Transit as the paddy wagon, but we definitely need to address those. Sci-Fi, we've heard that program was yanked out from under Bonner Springs and Edwardsville with not yet an explanation as to why. That was just dollars that was pulled out that they counted on. I believe at the time when it was pulled out, it made up over half of Edwardsville's road and maintenance program and that their annual budget. The Eugene newsletter is another example where Bonner Springs and Edwardsville are not represented. I would like to see them be able to call up, add things that are happening, whether it be our parades that are happening in Bonner and Edwardsville, the Tiblo days, trash pickup, whatever it may be. They need to have access to the UG newsletter because UG means unified government, not just Kansas City, Kansas. Trash pickup is a little bit different than how I was going to approach this one, but we have community trash pickup, and those sites are consistently within Kansas City, Kansas. They never get put out in Bonner Springs and Edwardsville. They have trash that needs picked up, the large item trash pickup. So I'd like to see us on occasion bring those dumpsters out that way. But I will tell you, I'm very proud tonight to be the commissioner that represents both Bonner Springs and Edwardsville. Thank you both.
Okay, thank you again. Mayor. And those asked, I'm going to ask you to do the same if you wouldn't mind, just as Edwardsville Mayor KR. If you could get your requests to the elected body and our administrator, that would be great. And I just want to say thank you for your service. If you didn't know, I'll let you announce it. I don't believe on your political future in Bonner.
My political future in Bonner, I have a year and a half left in my tenure. I'll serve, hopefully, if everything goes right, for the next year and a half, for about 10 and a half years. And it's been an honor. I never ran or never conducted myself as a mayor in order to get reelected. And I'm not doing that now, or this isn't a swan song, but I'll continue to serve as best I can. And invite all of you out to Tiblo Days, which is our family-friendly festival at the end of August. I think it starts on the 26th with the carnival and all the day before, I think, and then the parade. So you're all welcome to come out and join in the parade. It'll be a new type of parade this year. A little bit of change never hurts anybody. And then if you haven't had the opportunity to visit our Government Services Center and our new police station, please come out and I'll give you a personal tour. I appreciate all of you that have been out there. I'm very proud of that as well.
We got a question from Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. Not so much a question, but just a comment. Mayor Harrington, I've had the privilege of representing Bonner Springs on the commission at large, but also in the State House. And I have enjoyed the opportunity working with you and Sean and other city administrators and getting to know Mayor Kahar and the prior administration. And I'm pleased that Commissioner Stites, having the experience in Edwardsville and the voice from Edwardsville, joining me here on this commission. But I can't state enough how proud I am of the community out there and how welcoming they've been. Even when I came out under the ARPA funding, and I know that was a tough meeting to attend, but I, as your voice here, wanted to be there to hear the concerns. And I remember making the comment that night that you have a right to be upset, because I was upset too over what had occurred. But I can't thank you enough for your graciousness, your hospitality, and working with you over the last 10, 12 years. And as a former resident, I'm pleased to see the growth in Bonner Springs that I've witnessed. And I'm still looking for property out there if you know
There
somebody.
you go. You're welcome to come back. We have some of the best schools. I think probably the best elementary school in the whole state of Kansas. Just because of the leadership at that school, I think. But I appreciate all of you, and I will certainly treat you like I like to be treated and expect you to lower our taxes and increase our services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Next, we'll have our Register of Deeds, Ms. Nancy Burns.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Commissioners, which I know all of you, and it's been a pleasure serving for you, but also serving for my community here. I'm also part of Wyandotte County, Edwardsville and Bonner does business with us in our Register of Deeds. Tonight, I'd like you to meet one of my staff members, my Chief Deputy, Susie Nelson. She's over here, but I also have 4 or 5 other girls in my office who I value very, very much. And I tell them that all the time. and I really appreciate it. I'm just going to rattle off their names real quick. Sandra Ayala, she's kind of my IT girl. She's my go-to girl because Susie and I are probably of that older generation that might be lacking in a little of that experience. Then there's Juanita Soto and Sonia Cabrera, Brandy Lynch, and Maggie Orndek. I could not run that office without them, and I appreciate everything they do for me. So it's a great office. We have our fun times, but we get down to business and bring in revenue for the county, the whole county, Edwards and Bonner. Tonight, I'd like to I sent emails out. I think you all got a little copy. I passed them out tonight. The Register of Deeds office serves as the custodian and maintains all perpetual comprehensive set public records dating back to the 1800s. That's kind of when Commissioner Kane was born, but anyway, we'll move on. It is through these records that your tax roll is built and maintained. In addition to recording deeds, the Register of Deeds office records documents as mortgages, power of attorney, subdivisions, plats. We file probably a little over 100 different types of documents in our office. We also have fraud alert, and I sent out fraud alert in Spanish and English for both of you. I know Ashley is working on doing a news media for me on that. I think it's really important. But remember, fraud alert is just an alert. It does not prevent fraud, but it is free for all of our constituents in the county to sign up for. And that's through our software program. There are several options of real estates and how they're filed. We mail in documents, walk-in documents, which is very busy sometimes. E-file is 80% of our documents that come through, which is really, really good. They all have to fill out an MOU, a memorandum of understanding, in order to file with us. And that is, legal's already looked at that. As you can see, there are recording documents. How many we've recorded? 2021 was 29,000, and it breaks it down in paper, e-file, and walk-ins. And then the requirement fees are, as you see here in 21, we brought in that for the general fund, the bottom line there. So it's kind of changes, kind of like as the economy changes, you know. I think we're slow right now. Things aren't moving as fast as they were, but 22 still is going to look good. If you turn the next page, it says Heritage Fund. Heritage Fund goes to the state. We collect that money for them. They only get $30,000 a year from our county, and the rest goes into the general fund, whatever we collect. And that is with our fees. And then the Register of Deeds has a technology fund. It is established by the state statute. Account revenues received from fees charged by the Register of Deeds. Revenues go towards on the technology used to store and manage our data. Register of Deeds office collects the technology fund for the city clerk or the county clerk and the county treasurer. So they also have technology fund coming in. That was done in legislation in 2014. Our software is Fiddler Technologies. Fiddler provides our software to the Register of Deeds. And the Register of Deeds Technology Fund is currently being used for data migration project, a big project. This is probably one of my last big projects that we'll have to do in our office. It's converting 570,000 documents into our Laredo system, which is a search engine. And that search engine is used, Laredo, by GIS, by the clerks, delinquent tax. There's numerous offices that use that. Also, we have subscribers, and that brings in revenue. As you see here, Laredo fees collected is like 77,000. We have 65 users, and these are people from companies, from attorneys, independent searchers, they pay us a subscription, and that brings in revenue for the county. Recently, we did probably a year ago, moved our Fiddler Technology offered us a cyber protection. And I went with it a year ago. It is probably the best thing I ever did, because if I wouldn't have done that, our economy and your tax base would have stopped until that was corrected. But being on their server, which I know our IT, they're wonderful, but they were overloaded. And I thought, I had in the back of my mind thinking, I'm so afraid of something happening. This is way before I even got with our software. And they offered this. I ran it by legal. I ran it by Kevin Bibbs. And he says, it sounds like a good deal. It's the best thing I ever did. And that was technology money I used for that cyber protection. So I could continue on working. Smartest thing I ever did. Besides marrying my husband, I guess, huh? I invite all you commissioners to come over to our office. And our office sits on the first floor. You go up those steps and I'm right to the right. It's not that far, and you're welcome to come. Some of you have visited my office and seen all our wonderful books, and I protect them with my life. It's very, very important. But number one thing I always, and I think Mayor kind of alluded to this, customer service is the biggest thing for me in this office. I always tell my girls, I says, listen, how do you want to be treated? If you're coming in that door, how do you want to be treated? And everyone, I wouldn't have anybody in my office if they were not polite, courteous. Also, in my office, there's no press 1 or press 2. You get a live person, and you will continue as long as I am there to get a live person. When that phone rings, those girls are on it. Houses are it's kind of slow right now. I don't know what's going on with the economy, but it's the way our office works. It can be good and bad, and things are slow. I will tell you, Fiddler is, there's 13 other counties in the state of Kansas that uses Fiddler, and we couldn't be happier. It's the best software we ever had. But it's been around even before me. Tom Groneman, he's been with Fiddler, so it's been around for about 30 years, and that's all they do is just recording. So I'm welcome to take any questions. Anything you have problems with, just give me a call.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. Commissioner Bonham.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple questions. The first
Sure.
one is, when you say e-file, are you saying
Computer.
to me as an individual, if I need to file something, it's available for me to do online?
Not for you. No.
Thanks.
No.
Okay.
This is usually from banks.
Okay. I just wanted to
A lot of banks,
Okay.
we get documents, not just in the county. There's documents that come out from all over. But
It's okay. I just wanted to
Sure.
clarify. I got kind of excited. 'cause
e-file's
it's-
kind of cool, but you need to come over and see how it works. But I'm sure most of you know how it works. Okay.
A couple questions. So from the documents that you've shared with us, between the filing fees and then the Heritage Fund,
Yes.
it looks like your office is generating
Yeah.
more than 2 million annual into the county general fund,
And of course, yeah,
and it ebbs and flows.
yeah,
But 21 is $2 million
correct.
into the county general fund. And
Yes.
then you have a technology fund that, I just want to clarify,
Yes.
by state law,
Yes.
is strictly for use only,
Yes. Land use.
register of deeds, and clerk and treasurer.
The clerk and treasurer, we collect that for them,
Uh-huh.
and that goes to their technology
So
fund
they
for
have
whatever
their-
they use it
They
for.
have their own fund. You just are the collecting agent.
Correct.
But by state law, those three funds are only for those three purposes.
You know, Melissa, to be truthful, I don't know, I mean, Commissioner, I don't know what they use theirs
Okay.
for because ours was done years ago for what we have it for and what we have to use by state law, by statute, that we have to use it for land use only.
Okay.
But this was thrown in 2014 for the city, I mean, for the county clerk and for the county treasurer. And I don't know that statute and what they use it for and what they are required by statute to use it for.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Sure. So we'll leave them to the side.
Yes.
We know your fund.
Yes,
And we know by state law,
Yes.
it's only for your use. For
My
this-
use
these
only.
Technology
Yes.
needs. Do you have any notion of why? It just seems to track upward. From 2017, 163 to 2020.
Well, a lot of it, as you can see, even as the general fund through the years, it tracks upward too.
Well, it seems kind of more steady to me. Well, I only say that because in 2017, it was also 1.9 million. Anyway, I'm just curious,
Yeah, I couldn't.
what would be driving
The technology fund up?
Yeah, I don't-
Well, a lot of time, I mean, we try and save it for special projects. Just, and that could be part of it.
Okay,
Wouldn't you say? And we recorded more documents.
okay. It's about per document recorded.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I just wanted to clarify
Sure.
that. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you. For the public's knowledge, Nancy, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you in the position you're in, because I not only have the privilege of seeing you work here, I've seen you work in Topeka advocating for this community and the ladies that you advocate for in your department, but for the work that you do for our county and your voice in Topeka in reference to that. So we're very fortunate to have someone as passionate as you as our register of deeds. So
Well,
I just
thank you.
wanted my colleagues up here to know that it's not just at home you work and
Thank you.
pay attention, it's also at State House.
Thank you. I will tell you, it was tough, as for all of us through COVID. But we plugged through just like the rest of us, and we kept the ball rolling, kept general fund fed into. Thank you again. And again, I'm on the first floor, right to the right. You can come on in and come and see what we do at our office. And, you know, I don't know if any of you know, or some of you do, but the vault was made specifically for the recorders. We're talking many years ago, and it's a vault. So when we do have fire drills, we don't go out, we just go in the vault. But anyway, thank you again. It was great. This was really great to be in front of all of you. Again, coming over.
Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Burns.
Mhm.
Thank you. All right, next we'll have the Wyandotte County Sheriff, Sheriff Daniel Soptic.
Hello, Commissioners, Mayor, Assistant County Administrator. Thank you. I guess you get to finish with the new guy, so I apologize for that. I do have a short presentation, really just so you can see some of this, and me not just read it all to you. So I'll start with a couple of our more notable budget items. If you want to go to the first slide, whoever's running it. Oh, I got it. Okay. Okay. Anyway, moving on. So just to highlight a couple of our things, you know, it's no surprise everything costs more money now, right? So everything that we had been doing, we'll continue to do, things that we have to do, medical contract, inmate food contract, some replacement of some computers, and then just custodial, you know, products. You wouldn't believe the amount of toilet paper we go through in the business we're in. So, those are all things that as you guys go through the budget and you see the numbers, it's just costing everybody more to buy that stuff. And imagine running a small town, we're not immune to that. So not that you didn't understand it, but I wanted to highlight that. And then on the capital side, probably three of the most notable things. For those that have been in the facility, the jail intake area, that's an area we're working to remodel, update. That was put in when the building was built. And back then, that was kind of the standard of how those things were designed. Things have changed. It's time to update that. Something as simple as the setup you guys are in with a raised platform. Anything that we can do to increase safety, efficiency, to the mayor's point, that's what we're looking to do. Back when it was built, desks were built into it. It was all kind of one piece. In the years, those pieces have been removed. Desks have been put in, wires are exposed. It's just not a good look, not to mention functionality and safety. And so that's one of our bigger capital projects, because that's pretty significant financially. Second, our patrol boat, and I'm not trying to make a joke about this, but it's a 92 model. It's decided it would prefer to have water in it than outside of it. And anybody that's ever owned a boat knows what boat stands for. And so that's just where we're at. We are responsible for the emergency response along with the fire department in that lake, not to mention boat patrol, boat checks, fishing checks, all the things that just go along with that. And that thing, it's just past its prime. We've patched it, but it's to the point that it's just not safe, and it's not doing its job. But again, I highlight it because it is a significant purchase. And then finally, I know the police department has been down this road recently. We've had body cameras since 2014. And when I tell people that surprises a lot of folks. But I was actually over that project when we did it. So since we've had them since 2014, we've actually done a couple upgrades. But technology has really skyrocketed here as of late, particularly into cloud storage and some other things. And so it's just part of doing business. It's part of something you have to do. When you have technology, you have to upgrade. And sometimes those upgrades become pretty significant financially. And so I just wanted to bring that to your attention. 2014 is when that started. So we've definitely got some life out of the stuff. It's just time. So, and then one of my biggest talking points is one of our new initiatives. So, most of this commission was around in 2016 when the Public Safety Task Force was put together, and then they actually came, I believe, the chief then. HR along with Sheriff Ash came and presented to the commission and the mayor at the time about the findings and all of the stuff that we were already doing or that we were going to do. One of the things that was recommended was a cadet program for the sheriff's office. That was 2016, and it was never funded past that point. I'm not here to point fingers. I don't know the who, the why. I have no idea. Sheriff Ash could probably answer the question, but it really doesn't matter. The point of it is we've picked that up, and I'm going to highlight how we are proposing to do that so that it not only works for us, but potentially for the UG and definitely for the community, all of the community as a whole. So we're looking to pilot our cadet program this year with USD 500 via their Diploma Plus program. And the reason I'm bringing it to you is because in order for this to work, I've asked for 10 part-time correctional specialist positions. And I've been to several of your meetings. I've watched several of your meetings, and I understand that open positions has been a topic. And I understand that as that relates to money and budget, it's a topic. I get that. And so I guess maybe that's my first strike, but hear me out, first of all. So back when Sheriff Ash was here, he created the correctional specialist position, took some deputy pins, converted them. And essentially that is 18 to 21 is kind of how it was set up. You could come in before you're of legal age to be in law enforcement. You can come in, we're going to train you, and we're going to put you to work in this sheriff's office in detention, which is something we're able to do. We're a little unique to the police department, and so we have that ability. So this would kind of piggyback on that. These 10 part-time positions would be dedicated to the cadet program. And we would, working through the Diploma Plus program, identify hopefully 10 kids that were interested in coming in and being in our cadet program. The senior year of a kiddo's time in high school, his or her senior year, they would come to us. We're envisioning the second half of a couple of days of the week. He or she would come to us, and their curriculum would actually be our training academy. So right now they go through an 8-week training academy. We would be cutting out firearms and a few other things that our 18 and 19 and 20-year-olds don't need, but they would get the rest of that academy training. So that would be their curriculum for the Diploma Plus. They would be part-time employees of the unified government. So while they're getting trained, they're getting paid. And then at the end of their senior year, they're going to graduate high school. And they're going to have a decision to make. Do they go on and do something else? Do they go look for other jobs in law enforcement somewhere else at 21? Or are we able to capture some of those kids and give them the opportunity to change or transition from a part-time employee to a full-time correctional specialist? We have found, and I can tell you the police department would echo this, when you go and do backgrounds on new hires, 18, 19, 20 years, those are times in kids' lives that sometimes they just don't make the best decisions. We've all been there. We've probably all experienced that. Unfortunately, some of those decisions those kids make prohibit them from being in law enforcement when they hit 21. Mayor, I know you're probably even familiar with that, your time at the police department. You know, anybody that's ever worked through the hiring process with new hires, we see it. Kid gets out of high school, he or she does something, and now they have that mark, you know, that they're out. Our hope would be that these are kids that are interested in law enforcement. They've obviously picked that track already in high school. I don't want to say catch them. We engage them in a process that now we have them. We have them while they're 18, while they're 19, while they're 20. And they're making full-time salaries. They're correctional specialists. In many of these kids' cases, they could walk out of high school with a full-time job, making more than what their parents make from day one. And just that alone is huge. That's something that changes people's lives. It changes families' lives, entire households. And so our vision would be, we pilot it with 500. The following year, we have a process that works. We have a process that we know is sustainable. Hopefully I would be back in front of you asking for more part-time positions. And we would then branch that out to Bonner Springs, Edwardsville, Piper, and Turner. I can tell you that I had the opportunity to talk with the Bonner superintendent and the Turner superintendent. I didn't make it to Piper, but both of those schools would be interested in this program. Should we do it and should it work? You know, many times I've heard the term of pipeline from school to prison. I've heard that so many times. I can't tell you how many times. We would really be creating a pipeline from school to full-time employment with our kids that live in our community, working for the community. It's no secret, I'm short staff, and I'm short, right? So part of this is somewhat selfish, and I'm going to end on that note here in a minute when I talk about my last point. But it it benefits the entire community. It benefits an entire county. It would in turn benefit every school district that we have. And like I said, it truly has the opportunity to change lives and, break some cycles with the benefits. I mean, the benefit packages that we have, it's all great. It's great stuff. And for a kid coming out of high school to make that kind of money, it would be an amazing opportunity. So, as you see these things come through the budget process, you see these new positions, and I get it. That's probably a bad word. And I apologize ahead of time, but it's the only way for me to do it and accomplish it. We need to pay them. That's the right way to do it. And as you can see, the estimated budget impact is about 50 grand a year. And the reason it's only that much is because these jobs would only be filled January through May. Then they would be open until the next class comes through, and it would be January through May. And so they wouldn't be filled all year. And at 10 positions, that's essentially the estimated impact. So for something that could have such a drastic impact, and again, I know you guys are the one talking the dollar and cents, but I really think that that's small pennies for the kind of impact it could potentially have. So that is really the one big initiative that I wanted to bring your attention to. And I'm going to end with this. I'll just tell you right now, this is not a fun discussion. It's not a fun topic, but it's the reality of where we're at. So we talk about money, we talk about staffing. I heard from both mayors as it relates to their expectation, their desires, their wants. I'll clear up one thing first. We don't, Mayor, we don't operate a wagon. We have in the past on very selected occasions for special operations, we've run one, but an actual dedicated wagon, we don't do. Now, I will say this, I would love to do that. Things like that take bodies and they take personnel. So where I'm at the moment, I'm somewhere between 30 and 40 short. That number fluctuates because I have people leave. We've hired several here as of late, and my administrative assistant has been out all week, and so I couldn't get an actual hard number. But what I can tell you is, regardless of where I'm at in that, as we said today, that's a lot of people short. There's a lot of other things that we need to be doing, that we could be doing, that I can't do until I can adequately staff all of the areas that I'm responsible for. So I'll give you this scenario. And I know this isn't going to come as a surprise, but I've got to say it. We do a lot of recruiting. One of my main initiatives when I came into office was recruit, because that's the world we live in. They don't just come to us anymore. We have to come to them. So we set up our recruiting booths next to the PD, KCK PD. I love it. It's great camaraderie. It's a lot of fun. Our people know each other, they get along, but here's how it goes. So, sir, you come to me and you want a job, and I lay out all the benefits, and I tell you that the retirement's great, the vacation's great, insurance is great. It's top notch. And here's your salary. You're going to go to the booth right next to me, and they're going to say, we'll give you all of that, and then we're going to give you this salary. That's the problem I currently have. Back in October, November, I came to the commission and we actually had a discussion about pay because at the time we were in contract negotiations, FOP 40 was. And the commissioners that were on the commission at that time, I applaud you and I thank you. And I will forever be grateful for what you did for the sheriff's office, and that was approve their current pay structure. That structure was designed to get the sheriff's office within 85% of what a KCK patrolman makes. And it varies. It's not quite 85, but it's pretty close. Depends on where they're at in the scale. The point of that at the time was that's something that Sheriff Ash had been trying to do for many, many years. And he thought that that would really help with some recruitment and things. We were bleeding people profusely at that time. And the plan was to use that as a little bit of a stopgap. But for those of you that were on the commission at that time, will probably remember that I told you it's temporary. It's not going to fix it, but it will definitely help. And all that's true. It slowed down, our resignations. It definitely helped in the areas of recruitment. And it allowed us to put in a lateral transfer program that we'd never had. In cooperation with the FOP, we were able to come up with an agreement where we could give somebody 11 years worth of credit if they come to us. So now you come to me, you worked in Jackson County for 15 years. I would give you credit for 11 years. That's where you come in on the pay scale. That's been huge. We actually just had a hire. She started just a couple of days ago. She maxed that scale out. She was the first one, came from another agency, got a pay raise. So that has worked. That only goes so far. We all know that what the sheriff's office is doing and what the police department is doing is different, but it's all just as important. And what we've should have known, unfortunately, have learned firsthand, it's all just as dangerous. And we know that personally. It's a different dangerous. I had a small stack of just some reports that I'd printed out from all over the country, from detention deputies, correction officers that have been assaulted, that have been killed, doing the job that my guys and gals do every single day. So I guess what I'm here to tell you is this isn't a budget initiative, obviously. So maybe I'm a little bit out of my lane, but I think it fits in with what the two mayors talked about. There has to be a discussion on how we get the sheriff's office and the police department equal as far as the pay goes. The jobs aren't equal, they're different. There are things that the police department does that we'll never do and that we don't do, vice versa, but they're both just as important. Mine in particular serves the entire county. And there are just some things that we need to do that I can't do unless I have the people. And unfortunately, that's a roadblock that I currently face. Like I said, back to the example, I can't fight that. I can't dispute that. When they say, we're going to pay you this, that's the truth. I don't blame them, right? We're all trying to get the people. But I have no comeback for that when they look at me. Yeah, you're right. So let the decision on that person be what job they want, not the pay. They all have to live here. Residency applies, right? So they all have to live here, and we're all pulling from the same pool of people, be it corrections, be it somebody in my patrol unit, be it somebody at the police department. It is all the same pool of people. When we go to recruiting events, we are all at the same event because it's the same people we're trying to snatch. And so I guess I'll leave it at that. Obviously, I'll entertain any questions you have. I know that's a lot to put on you. That's a big number. And I know what the number is because we ran it. It's a huge number. I get it. But it's something that has to be done. It's something that in order to offer the stable services in the entire county and not spotty services, I have to have the bodies. And we're all fighting for people. At the end of the day, when gas costs what it costs and bread costs what it costs, I don't blame the applicant when they look at the dollars and cents. We all do. And so I thank you all, and I'll entertain any questions.
Commissioner Stites, District 7. So Monday morning, start off a meeting at 8:30 at the commission, up in our commission's office, and it was with Sheriff Soptic. And he rolled out the 10 part-time positions, and he immediately said that it would be District 500. And to my two mayors there in Bonner and Edwardsville, I went, here we go again. Bonner Springs and Edwardsville being left out. We had a good discussion, a long, lengthy discussion about what I would expect to see with the respects to Bonner Springs, Edwardsville, Piper, and Turner. And I'm glad to see that you went and reached out to those superintendents to get their feedback. I'm a huge proponent of the 10 officers, part-time officers. I think you didn't want to use the word capture, but
Shanghai.
getting their attention at that young age is very important, and that we can get them. They're already in that direction. They're already wanting to go. They're already enrolled in that. So it's already something that they're passionate about. So let's keep them on that path. You just mentioned you're 30, 40 officers short right now. I mean, 10 doesn't get you there, but I think what does get you there is the pay. And I've done both those jobs, Kansas City, Kansas Police Department and the Sheriff's Department. And they're both dangerous jobs. And something that you said to me stuck out in my mind, that, a lot of jobs that are more dangerous, they get more pay because of they're more dangerous. I'm not saying that they're more dangerous or less dangerous. I'm saying they're both dangerous jobs. I would like to see that we look at how we start to build in the numbers to support the request of the sheriff. I know it's not a budget item right now, but we need to start running those numbers and see what it looks like to get those needs met. And I thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor and Sheriff. Thank you for this presentation tonight. I agree with my fellow Commissioner Stites in terms of the cadet program and seeing how we can figure out to implement that on a consistent basis going forward. The question that I have for you, and I think as I recall in looking at the statistics, that the Sheriff's Department, I believe, was the most diverse in terms of the public safety departments. Wanted to hear about your continued recruitment of a more diversified staff.
Yeah, so and I'll go off of memory. So during that presentation in 16, I believe that was also the findings. And so what we have continued to do is go anywhere and everywhere to recruit. There's nowhere off limits. There is no one particular district, no one particular school district. We want the people that do represent our community. I actually got asked here 2 days ago, I think it was, about female recruitment.
Yeah, I was going to just ask you about that.
That is one thing we struggle with. We've sent female deputies, civilian staff to recruit. My answer to that is I would love to have more females interested. There's no doubt in my mind that there are situations, particularly in detention, that a female just has an approach and an ability that guys never will. And we don't have it. And so the way we've attacked that is putting our people out, our staff, our deputies that represent all of our community, and putting them all out. It's not just one person that does it. We routinely put out a call when we have events to say, hey, come out. So in 2 weeks, we're going to be at Parkwood Pool. I'm sure everybody knows that. Sheriff's Office is covering entry fee for anybody that wants to swim during that event. We put an email out, come out. That was an all staff email. It wasn't just to this group. It wasn't just to that group. We want everybody. We want representation from the entire department to go to those events. I don't care where you live. I don't care where you grew up. I don't care if you're not comfortable, that's fine. But I think that's the best way to approach it. And we get everybody out in front of the community to say, hey, well, she's a female and she's doing the job. We have very strong female deputies. And you are correct. We were the most diverse, and I believe we are definitely staying that track. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner King.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, the sheriff and I talked the other day for an extended period of time on a different issue. But I think you're right about the pay. The pay has to go up. And I'm huge on going to the high school and getting our kids. Specifically our kids in Wyandotte County. I do not like reading when somebody graduates from class that they're not from here. Because the more kids we get here, the more diverse we're going to be. And it's a future. This is, and a kid can see whether they want to do it or not in short order. And I think $50,000 is really reasonable.
Mayor, if I could add one thing. And so to your point, Commissioner, if we have some kids that go through the program, they go to graduate. First of all, one of the things we want to do is recognize them during graduation as being one of our kids, because we recognize, if you got scholarships, if you're going to this school, if you're going to that school, why shouldn't they be recognized for being one of our cadets? More importantly, why shouldn't they be recognized if they've been picked to transition into full-time? I think that's important. But yes, they are our kids. And, if we can just, I just want to use the word capture again, Shanghai them, I guess. We're creating our own work base. And if some of those kids decide, you know what, I did it. To Commissioner Stite's point, he did it. Now they're like, man, I don't want to do that. Okay. So we've spent some part-time employment money. We've put them through training though, that will serve them no matter where they go. They've learned to fill out an application. They've went through an interview. They've experienced even training that may help them somewhere else. I hate to think that we may train people up and lose them to other agencies, but we will. And that's okay. We've still put a product out because we have the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, the Edwardsville Police Department, the Bonner Springs Police Department that would benefit greatly also from one of our kids that went through the program, could put it on his or her resume and go to one of these cities and represent them as well. So, I don't use the word win-win very often, but it's truly a win-win. So.
Thank you. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Commissioner Townsend, District 1. Good evening, Sheriff. And since I have the mic, I also want to say, greet the mayors of Bonner Springs and Edwardsville, and to say that your presentation for me was helpful to get me thinking about the other part of the county. We are a unified government. Not promising anything, but I appreciate I'm gonna tell the truth now, but I appreciate that because it starts thinking. That's where everything goes. But to your initiative tonight, I like it because it addresses so many things. One, you're moving forward to shorten the gap of those spots that have been authorized and what you can fill. Now, long-term, as you said, there's just a difference in pay between the sheriff and the police department, and that's another issue. But what I like about this initiative is that it's not on its face a lot of money for it. And what you're doing with this program is you've laid out, even though you're looking long-term, you're taking high school kids and putting them in a position to be productive, to get more life and career skills, to make them more economically independent at an earlier age. And those are all immediate positive benefits. Whether they decide ultimately to go with the sheriff's department or not, I know you want them to, but the exposure that this project initiative could have, I think, is invaluable, short-term, long-term. You also mentioned that you'd be getting them at a point in their life where they may be more prone to get into situations that will eliminate them further down the road when they get out of high school from getting into productive career paths, whether it's in law enforcement or not. There's so many things that young kids don't realize they are taking themselves out of the running for because they can't see that future. So those are really positive benefits of this program. And I would look to support it at this level that you talked about. So thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for the plug for the Parkwood Pool Splash Party
Anytime.
as well. Thank you.
Anytime.
One last thing, to Commissioner Johnson's point, I was thinking about this. I've been here since 2013 and watching the classes come through the Sheriff's Department. They have been the most gender diverse, most racially diverse of other classes in our police and fire. They just have been. And so again, I applaud that and this effort to train kids early. Hopefully they'll go with you, but the training they have will last beyond wherever they go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Merkley.
Thanks, Mayor. I do support the cadet program. I think that's a great innovative way to deal with some of the staffing issues that we have. I also know County Administrator Harrison Lee is looking at a larger salary study to deal with inequities, but I do think it's going to be important for us. There's no way we're funding, we can do that study, but there's no way we're funding all the changes in 1 year. So we've got to be looking at what are the priorities, getting those amounts back and figuring out what departments are we going to prioritize. And I definitely think the inequity here is one of those departments we should be prioritizing. So those words of support. One last thing, just speaking of high schools, I have to say, I always feel a little moment of pride with this group in the room because two of our fabulous presenters tonight and one presenter spouse are all from Turner High School class of 2000. And it's always special for me to see us all here together doing awesome things for the county. So thanks guys for being here.
Almost a reunion.
Thank you, Sheriff. I just want to say I was a cadet. The previous Sheriff Don Ash was a cadet as well. He's one of the first cadets. There is a lot of value in it. Several of our police chiefs were cadets, as well as individuals on the KCKP that rose to command ranks, and others went on to be chiefs of other large organizations. And so there is value catching our young folks young while they're in high school. I was actually recruited and hired while I was in high school and went to work right after high school as a police cadet. And it does add value to our young folks. It does keep them on a good track and gives them opportunity to at least get a career where they can be productive and really give back to our community. So I too support the cadet program, and hopefully we can take a hard look at that and move that initiative forward. So thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you. Thank you all.
All right, next we have our Urban Planning and Zoning Department Director, Mr. Gunnar Hand. In the interest of time, he is going to give a condensed and really brief presentation. Hopefully I have enough time to answer questions. We are going to have a hard stop at exactly 6:55 so we can prepare for our regular commission meeting. So, Mr. Hand, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioners, Interim CAO, Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. To abbreviate our three presentations, we're going to go ahead and skip straight to goDotte, the countywide mobility strategy. Today we have with us the project manager for Kimley Horn, Mr. Anthony Gallo. It's important that we review the goDotte plan. goDotte will include the other two plans that were on the agenda tonight, the Northeast Kansas City, Kansas Heritage Trail, as well as the Merriam Connected Corridor Plan, as well as all the other corridor plans and other elements, transportation elements of our area plans, including the transportation plans for the cities of Bonner Springs, Edwardsville, and the city of Lake Quivira. all encapsulated into goDotte. So we do have all three consultants with us today. So if anybody does have any questions after the presentation for the Heritage Trail or Merriam Corridor, they can approach the podium and answer those as well. Without further ado, in a timely fashion, I pass it off to Mr. Gallo.
Thank you, Director Hand and Board of Commissioners. Mr. Mayor, thank you for having us tonight. Again, I'm going to talk about goDotte, the strategic mobility plan for the county. It is a countywide plan, including the cities of Bonner Springs, Edwardsville, and Lake Quivira. Really quick, I'll get into what a strategic mobility plan is, why we're doing this, what are we trying to get out of this. Again, it's a countywide transportation vision. Looking forward to the citywide master plan, which will be underway shortly. Integrating land use and economic development. As I mentioned, it's a coordinated strategy working across departments at the UG, public works, economic development, public health, and then working across jurisdictional lines as well, working with the cities of Bonner Springs, Edwardsville, Lake Quivira. It consolidates all previous planning efforts in the county into a single unified location. That's one of the main reasons for doing this plan. I'll get into that in a minute. So moving forward, just for ease of use, and then it provides a unified strategy that has been coordinated across these groups. So our plan obviously is looking backwards first. It looks at the current state of mobility in the county, how transportation in the county facilitates access to jobs and destinations, and the previous work that's been done in this area, and then looks to what challenges and opportunities exist so that we can move forward to developing a strategy that we can then measure future goals against. So I don't need to elaborate too much on foundations. We have a report that's been on our website. I know that Director Hand had presented to several groups around the county previously, but providing some background on the county as it compares to the Kansas City region as a whole. Obviously, we're aware that the county is much more diverse. Median household incomes are lower than the rest of the region. There are a lot of barriers, both natural and man-made, within the county that really impact transportation and mobility. A few stats that I think are pretty critical that really informed our strategy and the plan. 5,500 households in the county that don't have access to an automobile. 4,000 crashes a year, including over 50 a year involving bicycles and pedestrians. Around 15 bike and ped deaths since 2016. Most bus service in the county is running on 60-minute headways or greater, meaning that a bus comes an hour or even less frequent than that. All of this gets to a metric that we've quantified called access to opportunity. What is the number of jobs and destinations like schools, healthcare, grocery stores, parks that I could get to in half an hour in a reasonable time from where I live? And we've looked at that metric without a car. So if you don't own a car, this heat map that you're looking at on the screen is a measure of how many jobs and opportunities you can get to in half an hour from where you live. And in Wyandotte County, that value is pretty low, except for in the far easternmost parts of the county. Now, this is a measure that looks at both transportation and land use. There needs to be jobs and destinations that you can get to, but it really gets at the transportation supply in the county. If you want to take the bus, oftentimes there isn't a sidewalk to get you to the bus. We have a lot of roads in the county that are unsafe to bike on, unsafe to walk on. There's no sidewalk. And then obviously there's large areas of the county that aren't served by transit service. Another element that came up that we thought was very unique to Wyandotte County is this notion of excess capacity. Essentially, there are a lot of overbuilt roadways in the county. There are a lot of roadways in Wyandotte County that were built to handle many more cars a day than they currently do. This is a problem when it comes to maintenance. This is a problem when it comes to safety. It facilitates high speeds, makes it unsafe for other modes of travel, and oftentimes there isn't a sidewalk again. So this is something that's pretty unique. I mean, we are in a major U.S. metro area. We're right around the street from downtown Casey Mo, and you've got all these big open roadways. That's pretty unique, honestly, and represents an opportunity. As part of this plan, we did have an extensive public and stakeholder engagement process, which was obviously unique as we started in early 2021. Online survey, in-person events, a lot of coordination both internally within the county. This was an effort to build capacity across departments, public works, public health, economic development, and others. We had a stakeholder advisory committee that was comprised of movers and shakers, essentially from around the county. Interviews with agencies within the county, Bonner Springs, Edwardsville, Lake Quivira. We held listening sessions with them, with KDOT, bordering agencies, KCMO, cities in Johnson County. We had a in-person mobility summit event this past March. It was it was our first in-person event. Brought together a lot of folks from around the community. Mayor Garner spoke at it, led to a lot of identifying challenges and opportunities. And again, all this getting at capacity building and interdepartmental collaboration within the UG and then with our partner, our neighboring cities that are part of Wyandotte County. Mentioned previous plans. Again, we're not reinventing the wheel here with goDotte. We're consolidating previous plans, including two plans that are represented here tonight, the Northeast KCK Heritage Trail Plan and the Merriam Connected Corridor Plan. We're bringing together efforts that have been going on for the past 10 years and beyond at a regional level, regional transit planning efforts, greenway planning efforts, independent city plans. There's been a lot of work done both in Bonner Springs and Edwardsville with their comprehensive planning and their sidewalk and trail planning, individual corridor plans, various area plans. Armourdale and Central were two of the most recent ones here. And of course, the county's complete streets ordinance, which was adopted in 2020, that directs design of our streets moving forward to accommodate all users in all modes. So again, goDotte is a consolidated location for all of these plans, adopts all of them by reference, and is for ease of future use, bringing them all together. So our strategy, again, high level vision, 5 big ideas that are the roots of all of our recommendations. Nothing that I'm going to say in the next few minutes is really, I don't call it not groundbreaking, but it's really meant to just be quick, big ideas to take home that all of our recommendations center around. So number 1, safety first. I mentioned the number of crashes and deaths in the county from automobile crashes. We think this is unacceptable. We want to move towards ways to mitigate that. Vision Zero is the idea that we want to eliminate traffic fatalities and injuries and provide safe, healthy, and equitable mobility for all. So one of the first recommendations out of this is the federal infrastructure bill has a ton of money lined up for creating action plans that identify specific locations in the county for implementing safety improvements. The UG is uniquely well positioned to receive some of that funding, and that's sort of priority number 1 is an action item coming out of this plan. So that moves into Street Design 101. Let's design our streets to be safer. Let's design our streets for all modes, all users. Again, this plan is essentially the implementation of the Complete Streets Ordinance that was passed here by the UG in 2020, and Bonner Springs has their own that was passed in 2017. Designing our streets to actually be conduits for building community wealth rather than conduits for moving cars. And this, as part of this plan, we are providing an update to the county's roadway classifications and then providing street design typologies for different, not just different roadway types, arterial versus collector, but also different areas of the county. Next level transit. Encouraging the county to take the next leap in terms of investments in transit. Right now, I mentioned, its service is mainly coverage based, whether that's the fixed routes or the Tiblo transit service provided by Bonner Springs in the western part of the county, or the micro transit service that's provided in the Kansas Avenue area. In particular, focusing on the State Avenue and 7th and Rainbow corridors. That shouldn't be too surprising. Those are the 2 corridors that are targeted for infill density and that are mentioned in the regional, the KCATA regional Smart Moves plan that calls for fast and frequent service of 15 minutes or less along these corridors. So looking to take the next level of investment of transit along those corridors. State Avenue in particular was identified as the Bi-State Sustainable Reinvestment Corridor, Representative Davids and Cleaver. And then Rainbow Avenue and 7th being the sort of the main street between the densest areas of the county. And then, if we are prioritizing investing in transit, you need to be able to get to transit, those connections, those first and last mile connections. So the goDotte plan is also providing an update to the now 10-year-old sidewalk and trails master plan within the county, much of which remains unbuilt. And obviously we're aware in the western half of the county and sort of Midtown area, you have a lot of areas with missing sidewalks based on the time when those communities were developed. In the eastern part of the county, there are a lot of sidewalks and streets that are deteriorated. So moving forward and looking at a vision of how do we invest and how do we prioritize sidewalk, trail, and bikeway investments in the county. We do want to call out specific, what we're coining transformational trail opportunities to spur community investment. So the Northeast KCK Heritage Trail, that plan was also scheduled to be presented tonight, and you all have those materials. The Turkey Creek Trail along I-35 along Turkey Creek, connecting to Rosedale and to Casey Mo in Johnson County. The Kansas River Levee Trails, and then connections to the west along K32 into Bonner Springs and Edwardsville. These are all coming from previous planning efforts. These are priorities from the Northeast KCK plan, the Merriam plan. In the case of Bonner Springs and Edwardsville, there have been several planning efforts on their parts that have wanted to see a greenway trail that either parallels the river or parallels K32. So we see these transformational trail connections as key investments. And then finally, a segue into the citywide master plan that's going to be coming later this year, that's going to go beyond transportation into land use, economic development. So concentrating transportation investments along what we're coining opportunity corridors that are best positioned to showcase growth in a sustainable way for the community. So again, State Avenue and 7th Street, we're aligning with our proposed transit investments, the Northeast KCK Heritage Trail, and K32 and Kansas Avenue going out to Bonner Springs and Edwardsville. We also have identified other opportunity corridors for reimagination and revisiting, in particular K7 and 18th Street. Those would require further coordination with KDOT. But again, this one of the key messages we want you all to take away from this plan is the idea of investing versus spending. Transportation as a community asset that we want to invest in to spur further investment within the community. Again, 5 big ideas that are the centerpiece of the goDotte strategy: safety first, street design 101, taking transit to the next level, prioritizing those bicycle and pedestrian connections to transit, and then investing in opportunity corridors. So what comes out of this, I would call the meatier elements of the plan, the implementation strategies and action plans. Again, I mentioned the goDotte is going to provide an update to the sidewalks, bikeways, and trails master plan. That includes the sidewalks, trails, and bikeways planned in Bonner Springs and Edwardsville, as well as an update to the streets master plan, the classification of streets throughout the county to follow the American Public Works Association standards, and recommended cross sections for streets that vary across the county. Recommendations related to policy, policy as it relates to transportation and mobility, looking for opportunities to modernize policy there. Certainly the Complete Streets Ordinance is a huge step in that direction. All this culminates in a set of itemized action plan items that are targeted towards future funding opportunities, most notably the federal infrastructure bill, also opportunities within the state of Kansas and from Mark. But I mean, Wyandotte County is pretty uniquely positioned towards infrastructure bill funding, especially that cross-jurisdictional partnership with neighboring jurisdictions, most notably including Bonner Springs and Edwardsville. And we want to leave goDotte as not just another plan that goes on the shelf, but as a lasting process for Wyandotte County to invest in transportation, invest in our community. Streets are the building block of public wealth, and use that to spur future growth. So next steps from you all, we provided a draft plan, obviously it was in the packet for tonight, and Director Hand sent that out. So incorporating comments from you all, from the Planning Commission, from UG staff, from stakeholders, including Bonner Springs and Edwardsville, various agencies that we've been coordinating with, aiming to adopt the plan next month. It's essentially going to serve as the transportation element to the citywide master plan, and then move forward with implementing our mobility strategy in incremental ways, one investment at a time. Thank you all.
Thank you. Any questions from our commissioners? Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Townsend, District 1. Improvements in our infrastructure have been identified over and over by majority of the public as to a priority. How would, and I saw you mention the streets and sidewalks, how would that tie into what the commission may do in terms of funding or prioritizing, or how we take into account this plan as we look to better our streets situation?
Thank you, Commissioner Gunnar, Director of Planning and Design. We believe that this complements and guides the maintenance efforts by Public Works and others, and as reflected in CMIP, we've worked closely with the Infrastructure Committee. We presented to the Infrastructure Committee. We've been working with the staff that supports the Infrastructure Committee. So we see that by focusing on, we see them as complementary. So the maintenance budget can help implement the strategy of the long-range investments. I would also point out that part of the reason and the analysis that we did in determining those investment corridors, which primarily will be focused on future grant funding, also took into account all the existing roadway conditions. For instance, we just did a lot of work on Leavenworth Road section, right? But we didn't go past 635 to do Quindaro, which is why it was noted as one of the priority corridors, Northeast KCK Heritage Trail, as well as Quindaro Boulevard. If I may, sorry, at your last hearing during the audit, at least what I heard loud and clear as your planner was that we need to update and follow through with our master plans. This represents a comprehensive strategy, vision, strategy, and implementation actions for each night that we've been working on for the last year. So this is that.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'd just like to recognize the consultants that are here today. We have Jeremy Streets with Olson, who's the project manager for the Merriam Connected Corridor Plan, Mr. Adam Rosa, who flew in from Chicago this evening to present the Northeast KCK Heritage Trail, as well as our partners in the Northeast KCK Heritage Trail planning process, Ms. Rachel Jefferson with Groundworks Energy, who is also here tonight.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation. That takes us to the end of this special session. And I'm going to ask for a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
I have a motion and a second. Clerk, roll call, please.
Roll call, Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley. Stites.
Aye.
Bynum. Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. Normally, our commission meeting would start at 7 p.m. We've had some commissioners that just need to take a short break, so we are going to reconvene at 7:10 promptly. Thank you. Ready to start taking their seat. In 1 minute, we will start. Okay, good evening. Welcome to the full commission meeting of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas. Before I call the meeting order, I want to announce that some commissioners, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom, by phone, or on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time that you're allowed to speak, so that the public observing knows who is speaking and the information that's relevant to you. This is critical given the number of remote participants and is current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. I'll now call this meeting to order. Clerk, roll call, please.
Roll call. Ramirez,
Here.
Johnson,
Here.
Kane, Markley,
Here.
Stites,
Here.
Davis. We have an absence memo. Bynum,
Here.
Burrows.
Here.
Townsend,
Here.
McKiernan,
Here.
Garner.
Here. The invocation tonight is going to be given by Commissioner Harold Johnson of the Faith Deliverance Church of God in Christ. I'll ask everyone to stand, and we'll do the pledge of allegiance immediately following the prayer.
As we are in the last leg of our budget season, may we consider the words of the Apostle Paul as he encouraged the members in the church at Philippi with these words, and I paraphrase. We can be sure that God will take care of everything we need, his generosity exceeding even ours in the glory that pours from Jesus, end quote. Let us pray. God, our supplier and our provider, what a privilege it is to come before you this evening as mayor and commission. We welcome your presence, your wisdom, and your direction. We are gathered tonight for many reasons, one of which is to further consider our budget. I pray that the budget for our county and our city is just and compassionate. As we consider the various elements of our budget, give us an appreciation for the impact the budget has on our most vulnerable populations. God, I pray tonight that our budget is a moral document, one that benefits every citizen of our county and does not eliminate programs and services that respond to the needs of the poor. You are our Jehovah Jireh, our provider, and it is in the name of your son, Jesus, I pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson, for providing that invocation tonight. I'm going to turn it over to our clerk so she can announce the revisions that have taken place on tonight's agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, we have several revisions to our agenda. The first revision is that the order of business will be changed. We will take our full commission meeting first, and our planning and zoning will follow thereafter. Under the administrator's agenda, item number, let me get it. 3 has been removed from the agenda, and that is the report on the annual comprehensive financial report for the period ended 12/31/22. In addition, item number 4, the update on the finance assessment will be heard first. Mayor, those are the only changes on the agenda.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to our county administrator, and she will walk us through the resolutions and the items on the administrator's agenda. Administrator?
Interim County Administrator.
I'm sorry, Administrator. We did have a question from Commissioner McCarron.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I was just curious as to why the annual comprehensive financial report was pulled. I thought that was, since it was included in our packet, I figured it was finished. And historically, on an annual basis, that has been presented to us. I was just curious.
Thank you, Commissioner. There were some items that the administrator is going to work on with that team to bring some clarity, and it will come back around at a later date. Commissioner Ramirez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The CAFR is a state law obligated audit that is required to be reported to us and the public. We use it to help us do the budget. And no offense to Cheryl and the work of her audits, but this is extra, the assessment. The audit is a state law. And I'm going to be open and I'm very upfront, Mr. Mayor. You do not control this commission. It is not a me, myself, and I commission. It is a we commission. We work together. This audit is something that we use to help us guide our decisions when it comes to the budget. And it seems I'm not even being with.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramirez. I'm going to have our legal counsel respond to your concern.
Commissioner, it's my understanding that the report will be given to the commission before the budget is adopted. So at I will defer that to.
When will
Administrator.
our finance staff be able to provide their presentation on the report? We can get the report, but it's our finance staff who is able to break it down and provide us the analysis. We can read the report all we want, but I want the analysis from our finance department. They have the expertise, not I.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. For clarity, let me make it clear. This is a process. The process has not been completed. I ask that you be patient with this process. As we go through this budget process, there are several other steps that need to take place. So your patience is valued, your concerns are heard, and the information that you've requested will be brought forward. So Commissioner Kane?
I'm in the same boat. I mean, this is my 18th budget, and I like seeing this stuff up front. So we have time to read it, absorb it, look at it, do our own analysis and ask questions. And we're getting ready to start this budget. So I want this report as fast as possible.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Markley?
So is the document in our packet then a draft? Because my understanding was that was the final report.
That is correct, Commissioner.
It is the final report?
To my understanding, yes. Okay, no further questions. I'm going to turn it back over to our county administrator, and so she can start her report.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the commission. Cheryl Harrison-Lee, interim county administrator. As part of the first 100 days, I talked about the need to evaluate the organization, to look at those areas where we do well as an organization that I call centers of excellence, as well as look at those areas that we might need to improve in. As we look to the next 25 years, UG Forward Initiative is a process that allows us to press towards the mark of excellence. As we celebrate 25 years of consolidation, and we look to create a financially stable organization of the future that has the capacity to invest in infrastructure, pursue economic development opportunities, and retain as well as attract the talent pipeline that is needed to make Wyandotte County a city of choice for new residents and businesses. We have an opportunity to reflect on our process, procedures, and activities. At this time, I'd like to introduce Mr. Robert Bob and his team, along with Alvarez Marshall with the familiar face, and IPMS. Mr. Bob.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Robert Bob. I'm with the Robert Bob Group, LLC. We've had the opportunity to spend several months working and analyzing and working in conjunction with the Director of Finance and some incredible employees within the Finance Department. One of the being somewhat of a municipal junkie, as I might add, there are some incredible professionals within that department. And I think you all should be very proud of the fact that many of the employees are long-term and have been with the unified government for a number of years, and they bring some incredible experience. But like in every jurisdiction and in every government, there are opportunities for improvements. I've seen it in my 40-some years of managing municipalities all across the US, and most recently being the State Administrator and Director of Homeland Security for the District of Columbia government. Our report is not one that is based on, we got you. You know, we see a number of those types of reports in local government, but we will absolutely call it the way we see it. And it has it's not being disrespectful to any of the professionals within the department or, you know, who are part of our analysis, I might add. And so the report that you have, that we've been engaged in before I start my comment with regard to our report, I'd just like to say that in every jurisdiction that I've worked, there's always someone who is that I pin as a local hero. And there is and there is significantly the case here with regard to the finance department. It doesn't mean that we're singling out any one individual, but one of the highlights of my career was going back to my home city after Katrina and leading a team that restored the city's financial operations when many of the employees' families were scattered throughout the United States. And then there were individuals who stayed within the finance department, did the budget, worked on the comprehensive annual financial report, but there were some local heroes. And during the course of our study, after the cybersecurity breach, we found one individual, at least I found one individual that I put my pin on. And that was the payroll director. It's incredible that you can go through this whole situation with cybersecurity and not have any of the employees of the unified government miss the payroll. That was pretty incredible. Notwithstanding the fact that he did spend some time at Fort Polk, Louisiana, during his term in the Army. So you always, in every municipality, there are nuggets of heroes and sheroes. And this unified government is no different. And that's why we're very proud of the opportunity that we've been given to conduct this analysis. I'm going to be up and down with our team, but there's one overarching comment that I'd like to make, and it gets back to Commissioner Ramirez wanting to see the comprehensive annual financial report. It's the fact that you all are right in the midst of your budget, but your budget is structurally unbalanced. I mean, that's just the reality. The revenues that you collect are not sufficient to cover the operating expenses. And we've been able to validate that. And that creates difficult decisions that you all will have to make over the next several weeks. The other thing that I'd like to add before our team comes forward is the fact that it's critical in today's society and in today's local government that as we work through our budget, as we work through our municipal finances, is that we consider the issue of equity, inclusion as part of the overall financial operations. And we're going to highlight that as part of the policies for the unified government, is that one of your policies include, your financial policies include the issue of equity, inclusion, service to communities, particularly communities of color, and communities where there is disinvestment. And maybe that's not the case here, but it's clearly the case in many of the jurisdictions that we've seen, including my own jurisdiction of Washington, D.C. At this time, we've given you our report. We're going to discuss the organizational strategies that we've seen. We're going to discuss the issue that we've done an analysis of the use of, I'll just give you an example, P cards in a local government. It's a best practice. They're used in every government that I've managed. But in every case, we also have to ensure that the use of those cards are being used in conjunction with the policy, the practices and procedures. And in your case, you have 300 plus of those cards issued to municipal employees. And we're so clearly will recommend that the millions of dollars that's being spent on those cards, it doesn't mean that anyone is using the cards in an abusive way or abusing those cards, but we definitely will be recommending that there will be some type of forensic audit periodically, just to make sure that we all have a clean bill of health, as it were. As we go get our annual physicals, government itself also have to do the same thing. We also have looked at all of your policies with regard, and I might add that there's a policy just for every aspect, it seems, of the finance department. And when we look at the financial policies, we want to make sure that financial policies also have a financial plan. It's one thing to have a policy on paper. It's yet another thing to be able to operationalize every policy that you have. And we're going to highlight some of those in our presentation tonight. We're also going to speak to the issue of the workday program, which is an excellent opportunity to reform certain components of how the government operates and how it functions. But we're also going to recommend that there be an independent, an IV&V independent validation and verification. You're spending $8 million plus on a program. And there needs to be an independent evaluation and validation of the not only from the RFP, from the work product itself, and how it's going to be implemented. And candidly, there's a disagreement between our team and the Director of Finance as to whether or not that should be done. And I would say candidly, it needs to be done and it should be done for your sake. And if everything turns out 100%, great. But you're implementing a program that's going to be long-term, long-standing for many, many years. And thus, you should have an independent verification and validation process up front. It's not too late, although the program is scheduled to go live in October. And then there's some issue as to whether or not a go live in October is the appropriate time versus at the end, the beginning of your new fiscal year. But that decision has already been made and it's not too late. And so I'd like to introduce members of our team. Byron Marshall, he was here just a few weeks ago, presenting his group's findings. And of course, Nancy Delkey, and I don't think Nancy is a stranger to you all. Nancy and I have worked on some of the most challenging, difficult projects around the country, where municipalities were in Chapter 9 bankruptcy in many cases. And when I was the receiver over the Detroit Public Schools, she came with me to help on the financial side, the most corrupt school district in the US. And so, and then Byron Marshall and I, we've known each other since Byron completed his master's degree. And I didn't hire him when I was first city manager of Kalamazoo, Michigan, but we've known each other for many, many years. And he's an expert in many, many areas of local government. And so we have a team of individuals who we've seen it all, I might add. And we make these recommendations not on the basis of some gotcha. We make those recommendations, we're making our recommendations because we believe that our recommendations will help to secure the future for the next 25 plus years after October. You have some significant challenges in front of you. And then my final point is, as you work to hire a new county administrator, he or she will need a blueprint for going forward. And hopefully this work that we're doing, work that Byron's team has done, the work that you all will be doing with respect to your budget coming up in the next few weeks will help to provide a footprint for he or she, whoever that person or that individual is. So this time I'd like to introduce Byron, Nancy. Neither one of you want to go up, right? Okay. No problem.
Good evening and thank you. Like Mr. Bob said, my name is Nancy Zelk. I'm a managing director with Alvarez and Marsal. As the short bio said, I've been in state and local government, CFO, budget business for about 40 years. I started when I was 3, but over the years, I've worked in many governments. In fact, for 25 years, I was actually serving in either finance or budget director for governments here, in the Midwest. Secondly, I was thinking about this morning as I was coming in, is the fact that I have worked almost in 65 different communities over the past 15 years, helping organizations like Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, to improve their processes, to improve the way they do business, to improve operating results, as well as financial results. Secondly, I'm also very involved with an organization called Government Finance Officers Association, GFOA. Still involved. I was the national president a few years ago and really believe GFOA really puts out really excellent recommended practices. So you're going to hear a lot about GFOA tonight, and again, the best practices that we really are encouraging the unified government to follow. This slide really basically talks about who we interviewed. Basically, we visited with over 15 individuals across the unified government, including the mayor, the county administrator, as well as most of the finance leadership. Like Robert said, we really appreciated their cooperation, as well as their willingness to really visit with us where they thought as well improvements could be made. Additionally, there's a wealth of information the staff put together for us, and we really thank them for the information they provided. So I'm going to take a few minutes and I'm going to kind of first talk about the organization itself. The finance department, as Mr. Bob said, I would need to say it's probably one of the most knowledgeable as well as, thought-provoking departments I have seen. Mr. Bob said this, very senior organization, a lot of tenure with a group of people, but again, a very dedicated group of individuals. Now, unified government has been able to maintain your ratings with Moody's and S&P. I think a lot of it has to deal with the hard work of this department. However, when we visited with the staff, we said, what keeps you up at night? What are your challenges? The first one is people. The fact that the leadership expressed their concern and I guess their hardship and the ability to retain and recruit employees. At the same time, they expressed concern about sometimes the challenges in trying to work, employment, whether it's a reclassification of a position or even hiring new employees through your HR process. I know you talked about that a couple of weeks ago, but that's a challenge for this very important department. The finance leaders also expressed somewhat of their challenges. I said, how successful do you feel you are in meeting your job? And they said, not 100%. So we asked why. And part of it is the competing demands. You're implementing a new ERP system. You've gone through a cybersecurity, a cybersecurity breach, which caused all types of challenges for your organization, as well as a number of special projects that are upon you. All of these are really inhibiting your staff from giving 100% in what they're doing. And finally, the finance team, again, what they told us was in confidence, but they really are hoping to see more interdepartmental planning, more visioning, planning for the future, sharing of information, as well as improving the communication amongst themselves as leaders, especially as it relates to operating issues. So we identified 5 kind of operational or organization improvements that we would like to recommend to you tonight. So just real quickly, first one really talks about communication, and that headline on the slide really kind of states it. The finance office is a key resource to build trust as well as open communication about the financial health of the community. So communication is really important and how the finance leadership communicates very important information. So we're going to talk about some improvements we see are needed in the area. We're going to talk about some enhancements in the budget and strategy unit, creating a more robust and even enhancing the grants management function you have, shifting purchasing back to finance instead of a direct report to the county administrator's office. And then finally, maybe doing a more expansive review of your revenue and cash management practices. So thanks, Byron. So first, let's talk about communication. Again, we really feel that this is really important for some improvements are needed in making clear and concise communication. Now, what we found, in fact, we've been watching the Unified Government Commission meetings, for the past couple of months, and actually we went back in history as well. And what we found is the information that staff's preparing is very factful, lots of data, lots of information. But many times what we saw is the fact that it was very difficult to see what the conclusions were. So what we would encourage the finance department to do is to really think through how to take that many times dense information, that very detailed information, summarize it up and provide a more conclusive presentation to you as the commission. The fact that a lot of the information is very informative, but again, being able to present it in a clear and concise manner, we think is very, very important. Presenting financial assumptions. Back in, I think it was early May, you had a budget presentation on the assumptions. I thought it was very, very informative, but what it did not do was really to tell you, what does this mean? And what does it mean to our financial health of the community? What is this information? What do these assumptions mean as it relates to developing a balanced budget? And then finally, we'd really encourage the finance department across all the leaders to really kind of think about what type of training or what type of tools are out there to improve the communication, both orally as well as written presentations. Second recommendation had to deal with really enhancing the budget and strategy unit. So I know it's kind of difficult to see here, but we looked at some of the other organizations, other governments here in the state of Kansas, as well as some what I call some peer organizations. And we found for the most part that the budget office would typically always report to the finance department, except for Johnson County. Johnson County, and it's been like this for a number of years, the budget office reports directly to the county manager's office. And part of this is, it was a change when the real need for budget to really focus on strategy, planning, and the long-term, financial planning. Budget is always forward-looking, meaning looking at the future. The other side of the finance is the accounting, managing the transactions. So there is a difference between the planning as well as the transactions. So one of the things that we are recommending here is the fact that this function be transferred or realigned up to the county administrator's office. Secondly, we also saw some items as it relates to some improvement areas. Maybe Byron's go to the next slide. So the first one is the fact that you have a very talented research group as well. Mike Grimes and his used to be bigger. Mike, we're down to one person, but the fact that a lot of information, and you as elected officials, you need data. You need data for decision-making purposes. And, Mike has the tools, he's got the information, but what we found is that group was being more reactive versus being proactive. And what we're recommending is to combine that with the budget staff, as well as filling all those budget positions and make it more of a strategic research and expanded budget function. Revenue forecasting, that's currently done today through the CFO office. And what we found is we looked at other budget organizations that revenue forecasting is typically part of the budget office. So we're recommending that to be realigned back within the budget and strategy group, but creating a revenue consensus team, very similar to what the state of Kansas does, where you bring in the experts. What we're saying here is bring in the CFO, bring in the director of research, your director of revenue, your county treasurer, as well as your appraiser, and use that group as a team to develop your revenue assumptions, your revenue forecasts, and monitoring the revenues. Goals and performance measures. And looking through your budget, in fact, your budget, that's 1,011 pages. We read through it, we looked through it. Best practices really support that budget should have goals, objectives, and performance indicators, performance measures. Your budget lacked that at this point. In fact, GFOA even cited that in your award for excellence. We really encourage you as you look at future years to create performance metrics, create department goals. They're aligned to the unified government's overall strategic plan. Talked a little bit about the budget analysis piece, but we looked at the quarterly reports that the staff prepares. They're very good reports, very detailed. We looked at past quarters and it looked like the same information was being presented to you on a over the past several years. But what the takeaway was, we did not see the analysis that went with it. So if you saw sales taxes being down, or if you saw overtime increasing, the why. Why is that happening? Why is sales tax down? Why is overtime up? So we're encouraging the staff to spend more time doing the analysis to answer the whys related to that. As well as your quarterly reports, do not have any discussion on CMIP projects. What's the status of your capital projects? Are they on target? Are they off target? Are you overspending, underspending? And the same thing from a department spending level as well. We encourage you to also add those to your quarterly reports. And then finally, I talked about this already, about the centralization of data analysis for decision-making. You as a governing body need to have good factual information. You need to have the data as you make your decisions. Then that's one of the reasons what we're saying, let's enhance the role of the research. Let's merge that in with the budget to provide you the information you need, especially if you're going to continue to look at performance or priority-based budgeting. The next slide talks about grants management. We created a grants management office several years ago. In fact, first of all, I need to say that your grants manager, when we met with her, she's very knowledgeable. She's one of your senior employees and a very, very good, accountant, excellent employee as well. But what we did find is the fact that it's not truly centralized. You still have grant activity occurring in many of the departments. Additionally, there's not a central place for compliance. So what we're recommending is to take a look at grant activities that are occurring across all the unified governments departments and see how that can be centralized. So the fact that the grant management officer has oversight of not only applying for grants, doing grant making, but also doing the compliance, the reporting, as well as the training that's needed within the grants activity. The next area we talked a little bit about purchasing is what we've recommended is the realignment. Again, shifting purchasing where it's at a freestanding department today or division, putting that back underneath the finance department. Again, here in Kansas, as well as the peer organizations, we found in all the other instances, it was part of the finance department. Makes some great sense from a transaction perspective, being able to help, look at strategic sourcing and spending trends to merge that back in as well. We think it has some great opportunities. In fact, even your own charter even states the fact that the purchasing division should be part of the finance department. So we'd highly recommend you take a look at maybe reorganizing that as well. And then finally, the area of revenue and cash management. This past February, you hired a new county treasurer, revenue director, very, very talented, very knowledgeable individual as well. What we're recommending is the fact that you take a look at your cash collection and revenue practices. I was astonished. In fact, I had to start counting this on my own, is the fact that they had said there was over 40 locations today across the county where you take cash, from whether it's permits or licensing or fees or fines, but to take a look at what's the best way to increase that accountability and accuracy in that cash reporting and cash management practices. Some initial review was done to maybe start switching some of the reconciliation back to the accounting division. What we're recommending is, let's take, the unified government should take a look at that. And with your new treasurer, let's include their input into that decision-making process. The staffs also had discussed the need for a point of sale cashiering. I would say that's probably correct. If you have 40 different locations you're accepting cash from, but let's look at all the tools that you have available, including tools from the state of Kansas that may be available there as well. Then finally, the last item was something I was talking to the county treasurer from Johnson County Revenue Director, and the fact they just did kind of an efficiency reorganization of their finance department as well, and deal with the delinquent property tax collections. And most recently, Johnson County, they moved their delinquent as part of their finance department. Several reasons. One, customer service. If an individual is dealing with the collections as it relates to some of the back paperwork, then having to walk across the hall or down or up, a flight of stairs to the cashiering operation, it's not real customer friendly. As well as what they found is there's an interrelationship between the actual property collection itself and the delinquency. So they most recently merged the delinquency within their operations as well. So we're encouraging you to take a look at that as you take a look at your overall revenue and cash management practices. Okay. So at this point, I'm going to kind of turn it over to Byron. So between Byron, myself, and Mr. Bob, we're going to be kind of going over operational improvement, improvement enhancement recommendations, kind of in 9 different categories here. So before I move, any questions on the organization?
There's a question from Commissioner McKiernan.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, this isn't a question for you so much. Do appreciate this information. I'm sure you've been working very hard to prepare this, to bring it to us. Maybe it's for our staff, maybe it's for you. One thing I like to get is information before a meeting. I was handed this report, very good, 32 pages, right before the meeting was convened. That doesn't give me any time to study this report, to ask thoughtful questions while we have you here in the room to respond to thoughtful questions. So I'm hoping that as we do additional reports, we will get those materials early enough that we can look through them thoughtfully and prepare ahead of time, because I'm not able to keep up with all the information that is on this report, even though what you have presented so far is excellent, and we appreciate your work. Thank you.
And Mayor and Commission members, in addition to what Mr. Bob has presented here, again, this is a 32-page high-level report. There's a companion sister document to this as well that we'll be providing back to the administrator, which goes into a lot more additional narrative and analysis as well. But this is kind of our summary conclusions.
Good to see you again, and I will speak into the mic this time. My name is Byron Marshall. So there are 9 recommendations here dealing with operational improvements. I'm going to speak to 3 of the first 4 and turn it over to Nancy and Robert. The first one is a recommendation dealing with monitoring and understanding the UG's financial health. One of the first meetings we had with the CFO's office it was a good meeting. We asked, how do you monitor the financial health? What are the metrics that you use to determine whether the government is operating the way it should? We didn't get at that point a dashboard, which is what we were looking for, that suggested these are the key things you look at, these are the trends, and these tell us whether things are going well or not. What we ultimately found, though, is that that information is available. It's actually in a very detailed long-term financial forecast that's been done for the last few years. So maybe it was a communication issue, but you have the information. Now, we were able to ascertain that there are policies that determine, for example, the minimum fund balance for the general fund and for other funds also. We didn't locate a tool for forecasting and monitoring cash flow and cash position, though in the long-term financial forecast, they are forecasted over 5 years, but it's not a monthly or quarterly report that we saw that would show you cash that was available that was not obligated in some other way. The level of bonded indebtedness is high when compared to other jurisdictions in the state. You have a 10% ceiling and you don't approach that. You're somewhere around 6.9, I think. But we didn't see a plan for reducing it and maintaining the structural balance, restoring the structural balance for the city. And several times the unreserved fund balance is used to balance the budget. That's not a sustainable practice. So here's what we suggest, that the data that's used to monitor and to develop the long-term financial forecast be summarized, made into a dashboard, and published on a regular basis so that the commission knows at a high level, here are the things that are going well, here are the things that are not going well, and then here's what we can do to improve those things. Because at the rate you're going, your government is not sustainable, at least the general fund portion for the city government. Your revenues don't keep up with your expenditures. Your fixed costs are increasing faster than your revenues. Now, in your long-term financial forecast, the finance office points out some of these things, and they suggest that something needs to be done. But what hasn't happened yet is the issues that have been raised have not been operationalized. So one, I'm gonna go back. You need a plan, you need metrics, and they need to be operationalized. That's not just specific to the finance department. That was part of what we said about the overall government. The good thing is you have good staff in the finance department. They seem to have a handle on many of the issues that are vexing the government. But we think the process needs to be a little different. So you have a long-term financial forecast. You've been publishing it for, at least we could go back to 2019. In these forecasts, and they're 4-year shots or 5-year snapshots, they almost all show deficit spending. In fact, the 2023 to 2027 report shows that in this current year, you're gonna have about a $9 million shortfall. And there'll be shortfall next year, and then a couple of years where it's balanced, and then you have a shortfall. And they explain in the report why the shortfalls can occur. You have key issues, like, as I said, your fixed costs are high. You have problems with capital equipment replacement needs. You have $250 million in deferred maintenance, to bring your streets from poor just to average would take about $34 million a year for the next 18 years. I mean, many of these things you probably already know. However, there's no plan to address them. So you actually have a financial policy that says, amongst other things, you shouldn't use fund balance to pay for ongoing expenses unless you have a plan for mitigating that problem over time. So you may say that we're going to use fund balance for the next 5 years. We're going to use $15 million. We're going to replace it in this way, and we're going to be fixing these structural problems. So you have a policy, you have the forecast, but what you don't have is a plan for addressing the issues. So in my way of thinking, or our recommendation would be, when you receive your budget proposal, you also receive your 5-year forecast. The 5-year forecast tells you the challenges that you have. The budget should be balanced and begin addressing some of the problems and long-term problems. So it may be this year, if you got a balanced budget, it would require that you terminate some services. Now, you could do that in 1 year, you could do it in 2 years, you could do it in 5 years, but you have to do it. And there's no way, you wouldn't do this at home. You wouldn't say, well, I'm going to continue spending more money than I'm bringing in. You would figure out a way to cut. You wouldn't go on vacation. You do whatever you had to do. It's just, your finance department has identified the issues, but the proposals need to be brought to you. And as a policy body, you've got to make hard decisions or else. So your current way of operating is unsustainable. It's unsustainable in the sense that your revenues exceed expenditures. You're not taking care of your infrastructure. So it's just getting worse. It's not getting better. It's going to cost you more. Your debt load is high. You're not addressing bringing it down in a logical, planned way. So, yes.
I always like interrupting my my colleague. I just want to say this more pointedly than what Byron said. Your budget is, as we've seen it now, is not sustainable. Revenues does not equal expenses. And what happens is you're drawing down from your fund balance to balance the budget. And there needs to be a plan so that don't continue to draw down fund balance to balance the operating budget. It's like your home budget. Operating revenue covers your expenses. And when it doesn't, you can't just continue to go to your savings account to balance on ongoing operations. And that's just a reality of what we have seen. And that's the challenge that you're going to face in the next few weeks when you go through your budget process. If you're going to make that decision to draw down fund balance, then you should also have a plan to restore your fund balance. And and in a way in which you're going to grow your revenue base. And so, one of the we haven't gotten to it, but one of the recommendations that we're making is that you go back, take a look at all of your economic development projects, everyone that you have signed a contract to conduct for new business, new incentives, and determine whether or not the revenues that you're generating from those investments are in fact being realized. And if they're not, then you need to take some action. So if you've had 200 new deals over the last 5 years, pull all 200 of those deals in a conference room somewhere with your attorneys, with your analysis, and you find out whether or not those businesses that you've given an incentive to, in fact, have performed pursuant to those incentives. And if not, then there's an opportunity to again, grow your revenue base.
Not really a question, but kind of a statement. Commissioners, this is a criticism of us, not of our finance department. Over the years, we have taken from fund balance rather than make difficult decisions to cut programs. And it is a habit that we have to break. So this isn't on them. They've told us, we've known for years. This is not new information. These guys have been telling us. Look at him smiling. It's all our fault. They've been telling us you have a structural deficit, and we have taken money out of our savings to cover that rather than make hard choices. So it is what it is. And that's not, I'm not offended. I mean, you're telling us what we need to hear, but that's on us. We've made those choices.
We weren't blaming the finance department. We were just stating facts as we see them.
But you were
We weren't
too,
blaming anybody.
you were too nice to say it's the commission's fault. So I'm just saying it for you.
Okay. So here's one of the things we suggest, a series of things we suggest. One is that the finance department and the administrator develop a set of benchmarks that the board adopts that compares your financial condition to those of high-performing peers. So here's where we want to be. And then you have a process for measuring whether you're getting there or not. You really need metrics. That you get regular financial updates with detailed analysis based on these dashboards and trends that describe not only what is happening, but why. It should be not only what is happening, but why and what should be done to address any significant variances. Then in conjunction with other directors, the planning department, the economic development department, community development, police, human services, et cetera, that the administrator and mayor work to come to the board with plans that deal with the structural imbalance, reducing the level of long-term bonded indebtedness, dealing with the backlog of unmet infrastructure needs. And the board has 7 goals, infrastructure is one of them, but dealing with the other 6 goals. Figuring out how you're going to address the millage rate for city residents in particular, and developing an equitable plan for job creation throughout the county. So this kind of rolls into this whole notion of priority-based budgeting. You've got your goals, but you don't have measures, outcome measures, and objectives that I'm aware of that we could find. There's some that finance is using, but we couldn't see any, that budget is using rather, but we couldn't see any that the board has really adopted. And they don't translate into business plans for the departments. So if you have a goal that deals with health, improving health outcomes, what does that look like? What's the percentage? How much money are you spending on programs, specific programs? How does that relate to what the health department is supposed to be doing, aging is supposed to be doing, et cetera? Same thing with public safety. Public safety is not just the police department or the sheriff. It is the perception of safety as well as the reality of it. It's paved streets. It's eliminating vacant lots. It's not having a lot of code violations that and visual clutter that make people feel unsafe. So the best practices approach is in priority-based budgeting, but you're missing some of the pieces. You have the goals and you have some prioritization, but it's not clear how the priorities have been set or balanced. The allocation, it seems to be based, we're not sure how the allocation is made actually. There's a weighting process, but it doesn't seem to be necessarily attached to the goals. And you have to set what you say are most important amongst the goals. We recommended, the other group recommended that you array your services around particular clusters. Health and human services, administrative services, planning, economic development, et cetera. And that is another way that you can array those work groups would work cross-functionally to address the 7 priorities that you have, because your priorities are interrelated. Public safety is actually related to how well your citizens respond to you. That was one of your issues, right? Making people feel as though they're heard, they're connected with what you're doing. So we're thinking that it would be useful to go back and look at your strategic plan, realign or relook at your 7 goals, attach metrics to them, and then allocate the budget based upon that. But that also has to be done along with addressing the structural imbalance, which means you have to start with what are the mandated services? What by law do you have to do? What does that cost? What are basic services that citizens expect from government? Safety, health, trash pickup, public health, those kinds of things. And then what are the other things that are discretionary, the nice to do, to make life worth living? And those are kind of hard things to eliminate or reduce. But until you get balanced, well, I don't need to say any more about that. I just finished talking about working on the strategic plan and looking at mandated services, core services, discretionary services, and then having metrics that show whether or not whether you're achieving those things. But also having regular reports that are published, like a report card, and that those clusters report out and department heads report out. Ideally, you start with the administrator who's supposed to achieve the goals that you give him or her, right? And there needs to be a fair way of measuring that. But those roll down to department heads. They have business plans where they're supposed to be accomplishing your goals. They should be evaluated on that. And then ultimately down to individual employees. Citizens also should see what you're trying to accomplish and how well you're accomplishing it. So we're going to skip me and go to Workday, because this is one of the other key issues that is facing you right now.
I'm going to spend a lot of time on it, but this is a project that's been in the works for a number of years. I do believe that it's one of I would call it a game changer for providing operational efficiencies within the unified government. I believe it's a very good program. I think you have some excellent companies that are working with your staff. I believe we've laid out a number of questions in our report which should be answered. And we strongly believe that there should be an independent evaluation and validation of the work. It doesn't mean that you can have the best company in the world that's working for you and they can produce, but it doesn't mean, and you have staff working with them, but it doesn't mean that they should have it, particularly for these types of projects, there should be an independent evaluation and validation of the work from the beginning, from the alpha to the omega. And then ongoing, how this project will benefit the long-term and the efficiency and the operations of the government. And I feel very strongly about it. I've been involved in a number of those projects over the years in my company. And I might add that we've been deemed by the independent validation and firms. And we had to shore up, even when we knew that this was the best, that we performed well. But it's always good to have someone else take an independent look, particularly when you're spending $8 million plus. And I've seen these programs, sometimes it starts off at 5 million or 2 million, 8 million. And if you don't control those costs, you'll end up with 10 million, 11 million. And so I won't spend a lot of time on it. We've laid out a number of questions and your team, staff can agree, disagree, confirm. What we would ask is that they confirm the question that we've raised. And if the answer to those questions is satisfactory, that means they're moving in the right direction. But even if they answer those questions, there should be a few dollars spent on an independent evaluation and validation of this very important program. I would make one other comment, Mr. Mayor. I was, one of the mayors that I worked with every year when he got into the budget with his team, he always said, first thing we're going to fund, what are the necessities? And we're going to fund the necessities because we know in every budget, there are a lot of niceties. And many times, and so his whole program he would always ask his team, what are the legal things that we need to do first? What are the necessities? And then once we fund those, then we can talk about how we fund the niceties. And in every budget, there are niceties that are not tied to the overall priorities of the necessities. There's one of your colleagues, and I can tell you who that was a little bit later, Mr. Mayor.
I just wanted to make one other comment about the need to, again, for the whole Workday ERP. First of all, it has to do with project governance. Every major project, especially in technology, you always have a executive committee, a steering committee that helps make decisions. And what we're recommending is the fact that, we really feel the county administrator or her designee should be part of that kind of, as it's called now, kind of working committee. The fact that the county administrator in some cases could serve kind of as an unbiased, because right now your steering committee consists of your IT director, your HR director, as well as the CFO, all with some vested interest. We're saying that maybe there should be another voice on that committee to help, drive decisions. Additionally, we also have recommended the county administrator, again, based on best practices, should also be the decision maker of go live, no go live. So after you kind of answer, in the next couple slides, go into the types of questions that we're really feeling that you really need to get answered before you say we're going to pull the switch in the very near future. Doesn't mean we're saying to put your implementation on hold. We're saying is expand the governance structure and do this type of assessment that answers these 7 key questions in the area of risk, cutover, training, change management, implementation, your testing, and go live. So what does good look like come October the 2nd, come January 2nd? How do you know what success looks like? What we're saying is let's define those. Let's do this assessment and put the process in place.
So we know this is running a little long, so we're going to try to speed it up. One of the ways of beginning to address some of the issues that are related to expenditures and revenues is to look for efficiencies. We recommend that one of these small things is to look at your P card policy. Now, Robert mentioned you have about 360 some people who have purchasing cards, P cards. And P cards can be very beneficial to government. They can cut out paperwork, allow people to get things very quickly. They still need to follow the bid or quote responsibilities, but they can speed things up for somebody who needs something right away. On the other hand, they need to be monitored closely so that folks don't circumvent your policies or inadvertently screw you up in another way. For example, I want a computer. I don't want to go through the normal process. I've got a $2,000 limit. I go to Best Buy and buy a computer, a laptop, because I need one. Well, that's okay, maybe, but if that laptop is not supported by IT, that's not useful. IT then has to figure out how they're going to spend resources on dealing with that particular piece of equipment or the software. That's one thing. You may also have a blanket purchase order where it might be cheaper to go through procurement to get things. So if everybody's out, if the process is not being monitored, it can go awry. The other thing that can happen is if it's not monitored properly, people can buy things that are prohibited. Now that's supposed to be controlled in a couple of ways. One, through your MCC codes, the merchant category codes. Another is that they're supposed to be reviewed. Purchases are supposed to be reviewed by someone higher up in the organization. Right now, you do about 24,000 P-card transactions a year, looking at the last 3-4 fiscal years. And in talking to your deputy finance director, that's a couple thousand a month that their staff is trying to do a second cut at, second review at. That's a lot. They don't have a huge staff. So they may miss some things. So the first level is me. I'm the person buying the stuff. I'm supposed to do it correctly. Next person is my supervisor, who's supposed to review, sign off on it. Third level is finance. Well, you've spent over the last 3 years about $20 million doing P-cards. Now, that's a lot and it's a little, it's all in perspective. I think on average, with 300 some odd people, that's about $300 per individual transaction. You can do damage with $300 transactions, but maybe things are going just fine. But what we suggest you do is, one, assess your current P-card purchasing policies. They have not been changed officially since 2007 or 8. So they don't necessarily, they may not be up to snuff. We've seen a couple of other versions that were proposed, changes that were never signed off on by the prior administrator. So at least there was some thought given to making the change. No change has been made. Review the P-cards currently issued to determine whether they are justified and necessary. Maybe you don't need 360 some people buying things with P-cards. In most jurisdictions where I've worked or been the city manager, I shied away from P-cards. I didn't carry one because people can abuse them, and I just didn't need the headache. Again, they can be done well, but you need to look at who has them and whether they need them. We recommend you conduct in-depth external audits of P-card usage on a regular basis to see if there's an opportunity for improvement. Update the policy and procedures manual and re-educate the cardholders. The fact that somebody has a card, if they haven't been talked to about it in years, they may not even know what the policies are. If I signed this policy in 2007 saying I have a card, there's certain things I can and cannot do. It's now 2021, 22. I may have forgotten. Doesn't mean I'm venal. It just means I forgot. So it's probably in your best interest to re-educate people. But it's also in your best interest to let people know that you're watching and paying attention, because $20 million is $20 million. There may be some opportunity for savings there. And then we recommend that you look at the current merchant classification codes to make sure that they are as stringent as they should be. So some things just cannot be purchased. And that you look at people who make personal purchases, which they're prohibited from doing, to make sure that you're following your processes with respect to that too. They can be terminated, they can be disciplined, you don't have to reimburse them, and some of the things that they buy may become the property of the locality. So those things are in your current policies, the policy that's in effect, the real policy, not some of the other ones that are floating around. So we think those are worth looking at. And then hold P-card holders and those who approve their purchases accountable for unauthorized purchases.
I just want to say something a little bit more. I mean, the use of the P-cards is not unusual in government. In the municipalities that I manage and federal government, et cetera. But your policy, it doesn't mean that employees are out to do something wrong. But it does mean that if in fact there is abuse of those cards and they're proven, then the employee should be terminated. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Because, you know, my grandmother used to say that one bad apple spoils the whole bushel. And so it should be taken seriously. The policy that Ms. Harrison Lee has is a very simple policy. It says that if you use the card for personal use, you will be terminated. The policy that was not approved by the prior administrator is a several-page document. It's a great read, but the policy that we have now, it says one page, employee sign off on it, is very clear for what your responsibilities are for misuse of those cards.
One of the things that we ask staff to provide us is a list of all of the professional service contracts that fell underneath the finance department, or ones that may not be directly underneath them, but they finance kind of related professionals. And thanks to the accounting staff, they've helped us put together a pretty extensive list. Plus, we looked at the contracts themselves. What we're trying to say here in this recommendation is, in all cases, you are competitively bidding professional services. But what we're saying is, best practices are saying is the fact that in some cases you rebid these, or even you look at new service providers over at least after 5 years. As you can see here, we just kind of summarized a couple of them. Your external auditor, even though you've done RFPs, you've used the same external audit firm since 2002. UMB, your depository banking service, since 12. Bond counsel, again, it's legal's determination with that, but again, finance department works with them. Gilmore and Bell has been here since 2004, as well as your very important municipal financial advisor since 1995. Used to be Springstead. They were recently acquired by Baker Tilly. Again, all great firms. You've done RFPs over the past several years. What we're saying is best practices usually say every 5 years you bid these out. And in some jurisdictions, even go as far as if you've been the auditor, you've been the bond counsel, you've been the FA for a certain period of time, you have to sit out. You have to have a sunset period before you can kind of reapply. We encourage you to take a look at that, but at the minimum, you, especially on the audit side, you want to make sure that if you're going to continue with the current practice, that you get assurance from your auditor that they're switching out partners, they're switching out staff. The staff had indicated that is the case, but again, just looking at what best practices are from GFOA and ICMA, they really encourage governments to try to look at that every 5 years. Next area has to deal with risk management, and not that risk management is a direct responsibility of finance. It came up in a discussion. We were taking a look at what's included in the budget, what types of costs are included. And what we found is the fact that we could not find a comprehensive portfolio or a comprehensive or single organization within the UG that really manages risk. Risk meaning your property casualty, your workers' comp, something you'll hear about in a few minutes, cyber security risk insurance, building facilities, settlement, judgments and claims. There's not a single, central organization for that. So what we recommended here is the fact that the UG should take a look at the risk, determine how you're going to fund it. Should you pay as you go, or should you buy insurance for these projects? And besides that, having somebody monitor, manage, and forecast that, including that in your long-term financial plans going forward. As well as there should be a group within the organization that does the ongoing oversight and the monitoring of the risk as well. Bob's going to talk a little bit kind of at a more broader perspective. So I talked more specifically as it related to risk related to policies. Bob's going to talk a little bit more about the enterprise risk.
This is more for the staff, but we should elevate our whole program about risk and look at industry best practices, both in the private sector as well as what municipal governments are doing. And they're incorporating this whole concept of enterprise risk management, which looks at risk in a much broader way in terms of how municipalities address its risk management programs. So, but I'd like to finish up with one very important policy initiative, and that is the unified government has a whole list of policies from GFOA policy that you've incorporated. But one of the policies that we would recommend is that you develop your financial policy to address the issues of race and social justice initiatives as part of your overall financial policies. We find that a growing trend in financial management and budget policies and practices is to identify community race and social justice. Cities like Seattle, Madison, Wisconsin, Portland, King County, Washington have formally adopted strategic planning priorities and budget strategies to address race disparities and achieve racial equity within their communities. So the best practices show that governing bodies are acknowledging that race matters. The movement for racial equity includes grassroots community, organizations, philanthropy, government, and other institutions. And so we would recommend that as you look at your policies going forward, that you develop financial policies and strategic plans and priorities-based budget policies that include race and social justice issues.
Commissioner Johnson has a question.
I'll wait till you conclude. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Since we're on policies, sorry, Byron, let me just go back to policy. I'll kind of finish the latter part. But Bob's correct. A lot of communities have really enacted, which I think is a really important issue with their communities dealing with race, social justice initiatives. In fact, Seattle has one of the most interesting budgeting processes that as they develop their budget, all the budget items are identified to one of the strategic initiatives related to RSJI. As new funding proposals come before their city council, they have to align, or the departments have to report how it aligns to not only the strategic goal of the city council, but also the race and social justice initiative as well. What this has really helped them to do, as Mr. Bob just said, is to really better place or better reappropriate, reallocate dollars to some of the underutilized and more of the disadvantaged areas of their community. So it'd be something we'd really encourage in the unified government. The other side of this has to deal with government, with environmental social governance, ESG. You see a lot about it in the newspapers, but we did not see where your financial policies were addressing that from a financial side. That's important, especially the financial policies related to economic development. We think it's important for you to consider that as you expand your economic development strategy and in your policies. Because what we have seen from studies that many employers prefer to work in regions where employees have a prioritized or issues are prioritized. Additionally, monies are coming from the federal government for things such as going green. And the fact that we did not see where the unified government had any policies in place as it relates to where you're going from a financial sustainability perspective. Slide 32 then really talks about other areas. First of all, I got to applaud your staff. You guys have some of the most, I'd say, well-defined financial policies I have seen. In fact, your finance staff even submitted them to GFOA in a financial challenge. You're one of 12 cities that was recognized at meeting at least 50% of the required criteria. Well-written, well-defined. But what we found, Commission, is the fact that in many cases we could not see where they have been fully operationalized. I think that's a word. I like it. Melissa, I think we should put it in a dictionary, but the fact that they have yet to, really deploy those across the organization. The procedures, we asked to take a look at working procedures, desk manuals, and we could not find consistently where the policies trickled down to procedures and working manuals. Great example is in the area of your debt manager. Again, wonderful individual, but a lot of what she does a very, very good job in managing your debt portfolio, but none of it's documented. What she does ties to the policy, but it's not documented, as well as, if she would, if she's ever gone from the office, no one could just move into her office and pick that work up because there's no desk manuals, just examples of what we're saying. Additionally, a lot of the policies have not been updated since 2018. And we really encourage best practices, say you should review those on an annual basis. And reading through them, for example, in April of last year, GFOA and GASB changed the name of your comprehensive annual financial report. It used to be called CAFR. That acronym was really identified as a very slang term to many of our friends in South Africa. So GFOA encouraged organizations to change that to become the annual comprehensive financial report. As we read through the policies, and this has been over a year, you're still referencing in your policies that the term that, again, as governments, you should take a proactive look and changing that as well. Additionally, some things that we did not see specifically, we're really encouraging the board to do a strategic plan if it's referenced and throughout your policies, but we didn't see where you had that strategic plan in place. Byron mentioned this earlier, the fact that really needing to develop a multi-year debt reduction strategy, especially as we know our general obligation or our debt ceiling capacity and the concerns with the amount of debt for the community, as well as making sure that somebody's monitoring these policies. Every policy has a section in it, says metrics. Every policy I looked at said information to be provided. So the policies need to be updated so you have those metrics in place so you can monitor those as well. So we're going to go back a couple slides here, go back to item number 7. It has to deal with cyber risk. And Mayor and Commissioner, I know you don't want to hear anything more about cyber risk. I know it's been on your plate, but your finance department, really, I would say went through some very challenging times back in March and April. The fact that, impacted your ability to pay vendors. You got payroll out because, the great work of your payroll staff, but it's put your annual comprehensive financial report behind. It's gotten your quarterly reports behind. You're reporting to the federal government. So it had a major impact on your financial operations. Best practices, whether it's, from government or even industry, really encourage government as well as industry to adopt cybersecurity incident response plans. In fact, we even looked at your disaster recovery plan, but as it was provided, we didn't see any reference to cyber in there as well. So we're encouraging you to put a plan together, especially with the importance of that, heaven forbid, we have another cyber incident, but taking a look at a plan and what it involves. So the next page of this just kind of outlines, I know it's really difficult to read, but what does a risk assessment include? I mean, it includes taking a look at, your assets. It takes a look at how vulnerable you are. If you have another incident, how will you pay employees? How will you process vendors? How will you accept cash? So putting a plan together, so heaven forbid, you're prepared for the future if this happens again. Also, what best practices say, you should also do testing of that and do drills so you can put the plan into action as you move forward. Recommendation number 8 really has to deal with the role of the finance office in economic development. So when we talked with the staff, we did not walk away with a real clear understanding of what their role was in economic development. In fact, GFOA really promotes, in fact, we even put the quote up here, is the fact that the finance and budget office need to be key participants in the analysis, as well as managing or monitoring the risk of development projects. In some cases, as your CFO had said, she's very involved in development projects. Sometimes they're brought in at the end. Sometimes your own staff does the kind of the impact analysis. Other instances, you use outside firms to do that. Your general fund also, includes development cost or development agreement costs in it as well. But we really think it's important that the finance office, finance and budget are a key player in your development process, not only in helping look at the impact as well as managing the risk. So the next slide really kind of talks about the roles. What should the role of the finance office be? Again, working with your development staff hand in hand in reviewing, creating plans, taking a look at the analyzing of the plans and understanding the impact. Something real important is they need to be at that table. You need to be at the table with your economic development director, along with, general counsel. It should be a team approach as it relates to that. We also recommend the monitoring of your incentive projects. In fact, your last economic incentive report was done in, I think it was 2020 is when I looked at it. I don't think when it was completed for last year. But there probably needs to be a serious look at the monitoring. So out of those, I think there were 34 or 35 active incentive projects. Who is monitoring those to ensure that if Development X said they were going to be bringing in 2,000 employees, of which out of that, 38% or pick a percent were going to be Wyandotte County residents, who's monitoring that to ensure that the incentive projects are bringing in what they said? So we're saying that finance office needs to work hand in hand with economic development to monitor that. Additionally, what we're encouraging the unified government to do is to complete a review of your economic incentives. Take a look at what the incentive programs that the state of Kansas offers, along with what you have established, just to make sure that your incentives and your toolkits are proper. Are there things that you could be offering that maybe you haven't offered in the past, not only with incentives themselves, but maybe there's other federal resources that you're looking at. But evaluating your agreements or your plan based on the benefit and the impact that they would have. So maybe, for example, if your incentive, says that we want to, bring in high technology types of companies. Well, how does your policy relate to that? As well as the relationship of your policy to what your strategic economic development growth is. A lot of communities are doing that. Again, they're tying it to their to their strategic economic development plan. I think that completes my piece.
Thank you. We're done.
Thank you. We're going to open up for 3 questions. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Mr. Bob and your group for this very thorough presentation. I have to say right off the top, yes, race does matter. Communities of color, money spends just like everybody else's money spends. Before I get started, though, I want to also appreciate the work of our CFO and the finance department. CFO Van Achen, if I'm not mistaken, was recently acknowledged as a CFO of the Year honoree by the Kansas City Business Journal. Did I get that correct? Is that correct? And so we want to appreciate you for that acknowledgement. For this commission, when we talk about making difficult decisions, some of that includes making unpopular decisions that are not always politically beneficial. And everyone on this commission knows that I have never been one to want to touch that fund balance. That's our savings account. Unless it is done strategically and reasonably. I think to date, we have not really seen that as far as I can remember. As I recall, this proposed budget that Ms. Harrison Lee has presented to us is unbalanced only because it reflects what we consider to be our budget priorities and what that budget would look like if we were to approve all of the various requests. So that's just to let us know this: if you do everything that you say you want to do, this is what it's going to look like. That's not to suggest that we approve an unbalanced budget. And I want to make sure that everybody understands that key. And if I'm wrong, Ms. Harrison Lee will certainly correct me on that. We have to be willing to, well, let me just say this. There was a time when I was on the EDNF, I had asked for that we would develop a dashboard. Every successful organization that I was a part of had one. And I think that we need to have one. I believe that we were working towards that end, but it sounds like from your report that perhaps some of that information is already privy to us, or at least to certain parts of our finance department. So I still want to ask that we develop a well-working dashboard. But overall, we still have a long way to go financially. You know, we really do. And I think that what I'm hearing is that we need an overall financial plan that includes policies and procedures that will be long-term, because we cannot eat the whole elephant at one time. We have many needs. We have a certain number of dollars that are coming in. And I know that there are different thoughts about that, which I'm not going to get into tonight, but we need a plan that will encourage future commissions to stay the course so that we can get to the place that we need to be and not get sidetracked along the way, sometime by what I would consider to be political voices in our ears. So we have to be very focused as a commission and work together towards a long-term plan that will get this city, this county, to the place that we ultimately see ourselves. And with that, I will yield the floor. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner.
Thank you, Mayor. I have some questions and comments that are kind of maybe partly for staff and maybe partly for the consultants. I'm not sure. I'll start with thank you. It's very interesting and enlightening to have you look through all of this with us and bring us such a detailed analysis, and I really appreciate it. I know that, I believe you said that you have a full document beyond just the slides.
Yes, we're preparing one.
You
a
are,
whole written
okay, because we
document,
will,
yes.
we will want that. I would like also that document from the reports we saw a couple of weeks ago yet, that I had, yeah, in electronic format for especially Commissioner McKiernan. On page 13, slide 13 in the packet, you speak to the metrics and the dashboard that we should be utilizing to measure the financial health of the UG. So, and I know Commissioner Johnson just spoke to the dashboard. Do you have a dashboard template that we might see?
We can give you elements of a dashboard that is useful. And a lot of that information, a lot of those metrics are captured in your long-term financial forecast. Right. But we can help you put one together.
Okay,
Sure.
and then the other thing was, can you help us identify the metrics? I'm sure our staff knows. But I think I was seeing you present that really we need this information brought to us in a much more readable, digestible way.
That's what we suggest.
So I would be looking for metrics that you would utilize and in the dashboard form. So that was just one. As you were commenting on one part of this presentation, in my mind, I made note of, have you read our most recent detailed staff and commission work on our infrastructure needs? And then you commented on the 38 million annual that we need over the next 10 years to come in line with infrastructure, which tells me that you have read that. So it's so daunting for anyone, us included, to look at a number that big that we know has to be allocated for such a critical component of operating a city or a county, and juxtapose it against what you were identifying as the structural imbalance in the budget. And so I think we all can feel that pain. And when we talk about what are the services that a city absolutely must provide, I think we know that infrastructure, public safety, and personnel are pretty much high up there, at least in the top 5. So I guess I share that with you because it is incredibly difficult to find ways to decide if we're going to do those things, then what will we not do? But I appreciate you at least sharing with us, reminding us of the task that we face, especially as we move toward trying to adopt some sort of budget that's reasonable for all involved while dealing with these really critical infrastructure needs that we know that we face. So maybe it's more of a comment. I was curious for our staff and maybe my fellow commissioners to remind me how many of, say, our last 5 or 6 prior year budgets have we used reserves or fund balance to balance our budget? And I don't know if anybody knows that off the top of our head. I certainly understand it wouldn't be a practice you would want to engage in year over year. I don't think we have. And I can remember a time multiple years back in my time on the commission when we were speaking regularly during budget cycles of doing more cash projects and fewer debt. And we probably have strayed away from that in the last few years, but that was certainly a very real part of our budget discussions, at least in my early first 2 or 3 years here. We were very much focusing on more cash, less debt. So for whatever that's worth. The other thing I think is really interesting is for us, I think one thing that your analysis tells me very clearly is that this organization needs a new strategic plan. The one that you're utilizing with the goals and everything you've studied is a minimum of 6 years old, and 45% of the folks on this dais were not present for that process. So I think a new strategic plan is an immediate need, and I'll just say that to all of us. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to you and your team for coming before us and bringing this to us. The first question is simple. And I know this was finance based, but based off the other audits, why weren't commissioners interviewed as well? Because we're the ones that make the final decision. We interact with staff and finance. We interact with the budget. We're the direct voice of our communities. Why weren't our perspectives brought into the mix as well? Because we all have a unique perspective that could have helped.
That's a good question. And in fact, we, with the time that we're working, we on this project, we should have done exactly what you are suggesting. And that was to have individual interviews with each member of the commission. Absolutely. To get your perspective. And that way we would have had a more global review of your thoughts with regard to the finances of and the services. So absolutely. I don't think it was an oversight on our part. We were just focused in one particular area. But in fact, were we to do this again, or if anyone else does it, your input, your perspective as elected officials is very important to the overall process. So, it gives a much broader picture of, where you stand financially, what your thoughts are, and also gives us an opportunity, would give the consulting group an opportunity to not only hear your thoughts and your concerns and your what you value, but it would be an important part of the process.
I think I completely agree. We should have been part of the conversation, but for some reason we were not. So I asked Mr. Mayor and Ms. Harrison Lee that moving forward with any other assessments or audits, we are part of that conversation. It's not just administration and the mayor's office. It's, we talk about a three-legged stool. We're part of that three-legged stool, and we should not be left out. The other comments, I know we have a structural deficit within our budget. We keep talking about we need to make hard decisions and cut this and cut that and cut that. But I don't think we've had a conversation about the other side, growing our revenue. We haven't. We keep the same, we, as a commission, as administration, keep making tough decisions. But where are we talking about our revenue growth? And part of that is our economic development. And I understand Cheryl is going through right now and coming up with a strategic plan for economic development. But there have been a couple projects, Will in the Near, example one, would have been a catalytic project here for our downtown area. Apartments and a renovated Jack Reardon Center. But it wasn't brought back before us for whatever reasons. That's part of the revenue growth, is creating those opportunities for economic development. And I thank Cheryl for wanting to create a strategic plan of how to get there and what we can do. But we need to continue to bring that revenue growth conversation into the overall conversation as well, not just cut and dice our budget. We need to look at the other side.
Yeah, I think Byron will have some comments on it, but I'd like to answer your question by going back to Commissioner Johnson's comment. And that is, collect everything that's owed you first. I mean, we look at the point that you're making, let's do economic development, but part of the process that we somewhat overlook in local government is let's go grab and get everything that's owed us. And a lot of times we'll find that there are companies that owe us, there are individuals that owe us, and let's go collect everything that's owed us first. That's one of those important first steps. And what I stated earlier, and I've seen this and been part of it, a lot of communities provide significant incentives for developers and for development. But we don't go back and look at whether or not the agreements that we made for that development and the incentive that were to accrue to the municipality, that in fact we got what they said they were going to do. And that's why I stated earlier, look at every development deal you have, bring your attorneys, your staff, and in fact, bring the companies to the table as well. Look them dead in the eye. You said you were going to produce 20 jobs, 30 jobs, 50 jobs, and if you haven't produced those, then there should be some penalty. We find that in local government, guilty, right? We sometimes, for the sake of economic development, we give away the store. And then we come back later and we find out that we need money to run the government.
So just to respond briefly, and we don't know about individual projects. We don't want to talk about what should not have been approved. But we do think you ought to go back and look at your projects where you've already given incentives, if appropriate, claw back incentives that people didn't do what they were supposed to do. You also have your current tax collection rate. You have a delinquency rate of 7% or a collection rate of 93%, depending how you want to look at it. Sedgwick, 98, Johnson County, 99. So you're leaving money on the table there to figure out why you're not collecting all of your taxes. One of the things we recommended was that there be an economic development strategy put together, because you have a lot of land that's not developed. You also have your vacant land that your land bank authority, land bank entity controls. And there needs to be a strategic way of dealing with that. So we agree with you. It's not just cutting, it's also increasing your base. and collecting with OG.
No, exactly. And that's what Cheryl is currently working on, is creating that strategic plan for us so that we can get there. Just a couple other, two more things. To Kathleen and your team, this is an invitation to the Government Efficiencies Task Force to give that CAFR presentation. Because the public needs it, especially the task force I'm chairing. We're looking for those efficiencies. We need that information. This is an invitation. I will reach out to you so that you can come to the task force and give that presentation. And commissioners, any commissioners are welcome to attend. The last one is more Cheryl. Again, for that the Government Efficiencies Task Force. We had this conversation yesterday, how we can fit in this picture, how the task force, how we can create those relationships and that synergy so that what we get presented can happen. Because the task force is all community members. As you say, they're the other part of the three-legged stool. And when we go through these efficiencies, I would like you and I to have a conversation of how my task force can fit into this broader conversation. Thank you.
Commissioner King.
I think Commissioner Markley said it best. We caused some of this problem. And we're the blame. You know, we're trying to get as much done for the community as possible. And here we are. I do thank you for your work. I do like page 23, where you talk about the external auditors and rotating those folks. I think that's important. I wholeheartedly believe that some of the commissioners should have been involved. I'm the senior commissioner. I knew what you guys were doing, and I thought, well, sure, they'll ask, who knows something about what? Maybe we could give you insight of some of the work that's done. The health department, the way they handled the COVID thing out there at Kmart was phenomenal. We have an outstanding workforce here, and there's always room for improvement. What I'm hoping in your report is you point out some of the things that needs improvement. I hope you also point out, is there where we can get some sort of training, some more information, and because it doesn't work if you just point out that there's a shortcoming here. How do I fix that shortcoming? Where do I get the knowledge to fix that shortcoming? And because every job that I know, there's continuous training, and you can never stop no matter what you're doing. And I think that's in every job that we have here, you know, that point out some of the needs improvements, but also point out where we can get the answers to get better.
Thank you, Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, if there's anything I've learned since being on this commission is that we are smarter collectively. And many of these things that were discussed this evening, I've heard individual commissioners talk about. Unfortunately, we're not talking together and collectively working together in the manner that we should. But this information is beneficial to us. So thank you, Madam Administrator, for allowing an outside voice to be heard over the voices that we have with one another. Because sometimes the message is greater when it comes from a different source than ones we deal with on a daily basis. So I agree with what the commissioners have stated this evening. I've already gone through and marked up my report to take on my challenges that as a commissioner to do my part, but I can't state how much I appreciate you acknowledging the work of our staff. And I think it's very important that they understand that the decisions that we make, they are tough decisions. When somebody's ox gets gored, you kind of get your hair up in a rough, and some of us don't have that to fight back with. But I will share this with you. Collectively, we are smarter and we can do better than what I guess we've been identified as doing. But I can't state how much I sincerely appreciate an outside voice pointing out many of the things that many of these commissioners up here have stated in the 4 years I've been here. And you put it in the report. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for your presentation. I just like to add to what Commissioner Burrow said. We can do a lot working together, and that's really what I've been advocating for from day one is collaborating. The task force that have put together, I know Commissioner Maris mentioned that. Those task forces are put together to just do that, bring community, bring staff, bring elements from your mayor's office as well as our commissioners together to find real solutions to problems. You've heard me say it before that we know impact the lives of real people every day. I heard Commissioner Markley and Commissioner Kane mention it that it's the commission's fault. I don't think that this consulting group came into place blame. We've got to have a good look at where we're at so we can kind of create a strategy of where we need to go moving forward. Not to place blame on anyone. What this does is offers this commission, this mayor and this staff, and we've got a lot of good employees here. And I think that that's been mentioned over and over again that are really dedicated to their work, dedicated to providing the best level of service to the residents of Wyandide County and Kansas City, Kansas. But at the end of the day, this commission ultimately makes the decision. And so I don't see so much talking about blame as my call to action is let's move forward and work together collaboratively, putting people of this county above politics, above what I've seen in my 32 years as an employee here, above privilege, power, and influence that I've seen in certain circles, and start doing what's right for the people of Wyandide County and Kansas City, Kansas. I've heard the voices, I've seen the tears. These audits reaffirm that we've got a lot of work to do. And one of the things that I've talked about is we've got to lower the tax base. How do you do that when you lower mill levies to lower your property taxes? When we have so many needs. But these are the hard conversations that we need to have. When I listened to Commissioner Johnson, he hit it right on the nose. We've got to start making hard decisions because that's what we're elected to do. Some of these decisions are not going to be popular because of the condition that our county is in. But there is hope. If we start doing what we need to do now on behalf of the residents of Wyandide County, we can get and crawl our way out of this situation. But what we can't do is we can't keep doing the same things we've done and expect a different result. I've said it before, not only are people hurting, this taxing at deficits, it's not sustainable. You've heard it from other people. I've said it time and time again. What you're going to do is you're going to tax people that are in poverty, deeper into poverty, and you're going to tax people out of Wyandide County, and the taxes and the fees and the BPU pilot that everybody looks at is going to keep development opportunities that Commissioner Ramirez talked about that we need. Those developers are not going to want to come in here and do business. So we have to take a hard look at how we're doing things and come up with strategies and do what's best for Wyandide County moving forward. I believe that we're at a crossroads right now. One of the things, and I applaud Ms. Harrison Lee for locating these auditors, outside, independent, not connected, not affiliated, that are really talking truth to power about what needs to be done. Because it's really shedding a light that we've got a lot of work to do. I'm optimistic, but I'm cautiously optimistic. But economic development is really what is the key thing that we need to look at. We need to come up with these strategies, a real concrete strategy on economic development. I've said it, you want to invest more in the areas that have been disinvested, but you can't leave Western Wyandide County out as well. You've heard from Bonner Springs and Edwardsville. And there's opportunities that still exist west of 435. But where the need is at is in these disinvested, disenfranchised areas. And it was interesting to hear these auditors tonight say how we need to tie financing to race because it matters. And when you look at these disinvested, disenfranchised areas, they just so happen to be communities that are poor of all races and predominantly Black and brown. And to me, the economic segregation has to stop. I've been to too many meetings where I've seen people begging for goods and services and things that in any major city, they shouldn't have to beg for. But economic development and looking at those opportunities, especially when we have over 4,500 parcels of land bank properties, we really need to look at that and how we can leverage those properties with developers to bring about the type of resources and goods and services and the brick and mortar developments that can add to our revenue base. And I know that Ms. Charleston, Lee is looking at that. I know that Commissioner Johnson's task force is also looking at how to improve the dynamic for developers. One concerning thing to me is when I talk to our development team is that I was told point blank, we don't court developers, which I found ironic when I asked that question. And then you talk about the bureaucracy in the process. So there's a lot of opportunities for improvement, and I'm confident that we can get to where we need to be. But I just want to let the public know, and I want this commission know, is that we've all got to work together for the greater good. And I hear a lot of politics. I've heard a lot of politics thrown here and there since I've been mayor. This isn't about politics for me. Never has, never was, never will be. I'm here because I care about the people of Wyandotte County just like you do. And I don't want to politicize what needs to be done for the great folks of Wyandotte County that are really counting us to get things done. So I encourage everyone to come to the table. We need to have a retreat at some point to come up with a strategic plan to really envision and reimagine where we need to go as an elected body. The budget cycle, we're almost to our conclusion, am I correct? Okay. So we still have time. You all have time to work with me, work with staff, work with Ms. Harrison Lee, and even work with our constituents to really get the information you need to make an informed decision on what our budget will look like moving forward. So, but I encourage you to make those hard decisions. I've said it before, we need to identify what essential services are. That should be our starting point. And our auditor said it well. You've got things that that we can cut, and we've got to look at what things can be cut responsibly and move forward. So anyway, well, thank you all again. I appreciate everything that you've done. Awesome report, and we're going to keep this moving. Back to the administrator's report.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. The next item on the administrator's report is the resolution setting the public hearing for the budget adoption. And I will ask our counsel, Patrick Waters, to discuss this item.
Thank you, Administrator Harrison Lee. So state law requires that we publish notice of the annual budget hearing. This is separate and apart from the revenue neutral rate hearing that you set previously. This resolution would also set the budget public hearing for Monday, August 22nd.
Any questions? We need, yes, we need a motion. At this time, Mayor, if you don't have questions, we would need a motion.
All right. Is there a motion to approve?
Mayor, I would move that we set the the budget public hearing for August 22nd.
Markley, second.
All right.
There is a motion and a second to set the public hearing for August 20, I'm sorry, the proposed amended 22 budget for August 22nd of 2022. Is there any questions or any comments? No further discussion. Clerk, please give me a roll call.
Roll call. Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane, Markley,
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend. Aye. McKiernan.
Aye.
The vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Okay, at this time, Mayor, we have an excellent example here of collaboration between our health department, our district attorney's office, our legal department, as well as KCK EMS and the police department. And it is regarding the opioid crisis. We have a joint presentation. And so this is an opportunity to see kind of this collaborative effort of staff working together to address one of our community issues and how we might look at being able to utilize funding as a result of that to address this crisis.
I apologize. Good evening, Commissioners. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for having us here. As the interim county administrator explained, we are here not just as the health department this evening. We are here as a collaborative group of departments that are all facing the same issue. Wyandotte County and the people who live and work in our community are increasingly bearing the burden of the disease of substance misuse and abuse specific to opioids. So this evening, you're going to hear from each of our departments related to the work that we've been doing in this area. We're going to discuss some upcoming work that we plan to embark upon. And our legal department is going to begin the discussion with you all around the master settlement money, that is coming to the unified government in coming months and years. I want to very quickly also thank our assistant county administrators, Bridget Cobbins and Alan Howes. They have both very strongly supported and encouraged our departments in working together on this and on other issues. And I think it's important that we recognize that. So this evening, I apologize. So this evening, we're going to quickly run through what the current situation is in Wyandotte County, what we're seeing, what we've been doing, what's upcoming, and then of course, we're going to throw to legal. So first, I want to introduce a new member to the health department team. Erica Holiday is with me. She is the health department's first ever substance misuse coordinator. And she comes to us with a decade of experience in other communities actively preventing and mitigating the harms of opioid misuse. So we are incredibly grateful that she's joined our team here. I'll pass it to her and then we'll go through our presentation jointly.
Good evening, Commissioners. Again, my name is Erica Holiday, Substance Use Coordinator for the Health Department. Extremely excited to be a part of this team. Before we dive in, I do want to just go over a couple of terms with you all, just so we're all clear about what's being discussed tonight. So when we talk about opioids, we're talking about a class of drugs that includes heroin, synthetic opioids such as fentanyl, pain relievers, and such as oxycodone, Vicodin, morphine, etc. We'll be discussing fentanyl quite frequently, which is specifically a synthetic opioid pain reliever. It's much more powerful than other opioids, and it's approved for treating severe pain, typically advanced cancer pain. And then lastly, we'll later be talking about naloxone and Narcan, which is a medication that can be used to reverse opioid overdoses, prevent injury and death. So whenever we're talking about the overdose crisis, we're not just talking about Wyandotte County. This is something that has been seen across the country. We see two increases here. The first being from increased prescription drugs prescribing. And then secondly, the big jump you see is when fentanyl hit our drug supply. So once again, I just want to stress this is affecting Wyandotte County as well with the rest of the nation. So earlier this year, there was an emergency alert placed on our county by KDHE, which alerted that we are seeing a spike of overdoses occur in our emergency room. This kind of alerted all of us. We already knew there was an issue, but because we're seeing more overdoses than ever, such as in April, there was 65 total overdose visits in our emergency room. This is a time to take assertive action. And so that's kind of why we're all here today to collaboratively say what we've been doing and what we want to continue to do. And I think the rest of my team will share data that they have found as well that kind of matches this alert and overdose.
Good evening. My name is Mark Heath. I'm the Assistant Chief of the Fire Department, focused mainly on EMS. So this slide right here talks about in the fall of 2020, we noticed a sharp rise in the amount of overdoses. The amount of Narcan that we were using on the rigs has increased. And as you can see, this is just the breakdown for the first 6 months of this year. Obviously, 14 to 25 is the largest, 26 to 35 is the next group. To do a brief description of Narcan, are you going to describe Narcan? Okay, Narcan's the fantastic drug that we carry on our rigs and is out in the field. It literally slams the door on opioids. If somebody is having a fentanyl or an opioid overdose, it literally blocks the receptors, so no more, and it actually knocks it off. Where the opioids have the most problems, it knocks out the person's respiratory drive. And the pills that are out there now, they don't know how much fentanyl is in them, or they don't think there's any fentanyl in them. So as simple as one pill is causing the overdose. That's what causes the problem. In jumps my cruise, if you want to forward one slide. Since 2020, 25% of our youth overdoses have occurred in people that are under 21 years of age. 12% of those resulted in death. What my numbers show is us getting Narcan on scene as fast as possible. In 90% of those patients that we give Narcan to has a positive outcome, and we can stop the overdose. Unfortunately, in the 12%, those were unviable patients. So they were gone before we could get there. Narcan is the most effective tool that we have in the fire department. We've had it for a long time. It was approved in 1971. When I became a medic in 1992, it was a side note, but now we are seeing the amount of Narcan used today. In 2018, in this period of time, we used 35 doses of Narcan. This year, we're over 160 as of right now. So what we've seen in other parts of the country is now hitting us very hard.
There we go. All right. Good evening, Commissioners. Damon Mitchell, District Attorney's Office. As you can see on this slide, within the last 12 months, we're looking at 500 opioid cases. In fact, well over 500. The significance of this is that not only are the cases rising, you can see from the district distribution that it's literally countywide. These cases also tend to linger a bit, and I'll address that down the road, and that has a lot to do with our needs in terms of potential use of possible funding. Next.
Commissioners, I also failed to mention, excuse me, there are other slides in your slide deck that you have on paper that we cut for the sake of time, but those are supposed to be in your copies there for your reference. If you have questions, we can certainly answer them, but that's why you're seeing fewer slides up here from us.
So when looking at responding, we want to have a couple of evidence-based practices that we really want to lean into. Starting with Narcan expansion, we'll get into specifics in a couple of slides, but as Mark said, Narcan is the most effective way in preventing overdoses, overdose injury, and overdose death, which ultimately increases a person's chance into entering into recovery long-term. Secondly, we want to talk about community building. Obviously, that's a solid solution for anything, but the fact of the matter is that when somebody has stable housing, employment, resources, food access, treatment availability, their chances of remaining in recovery long-term and abstaining or changing their drug use patterns effectively rise significantly. So we'll also be discussing how we're working to do this again as a team together as a community. And lastly, putting focus on harm reduction. So the key to harm reduction is keeping people alive and healthy long enough so that they can start to seek treatment. Evidence shows that harm reduction in any capacity is effective in increasing chance of recovery access.
All right, we're now briefly going to explore the ways our various departments have responded to date, and we'll start with our EMS team.
Obviously, I won't go into, we're the fire department EMS, we're the first to respond, we're always there. just to cover Narcan, Narcan is on every ambulance's multiple doses and every first responder fire truck. There's 19s out there that could make the run. That 4 to 6 minute window is absolutely key to reversing this drug. That is the most effective thing, is diesel fuel and getting them on scene. The other side of this is that in the last 2 weeks, we've seen a 14-year-old and an 18-year-old. This is getting younger and younger all the time. So that's what's bringing the shock and awe into the system nowadays. When we're talking about data is very difficult for us sometimes. It's an unknown etiology, man down or person down. Narcan is given when we don't know what's going on. If it's alcohol, we're going to give them Narcan. We don't know whether it's alcohol and opioids. Narcan is a fantastic drug. We can give it. There are no contraindications. There are no side effects. We can give it when we don't know what's going on. So just because you hear 163 doses, that doesn't necessarily mean every one of those is an overdose. And sometimes people get multiple doses to counteract.
Hello, Major Richard Harrison with the Kansas Police Department. I'm currently over the investigations unit, but in 2020, I was over the narcotics unit as their captain. As a police department, we started seeing this fentanyl back in May of 2019, and our overdoses has continued to rise ever since. So year to date, July of 2019, we had 1 overdose death and 14 homicides. I also want to compare it to homicides a little bit, and you'll see why here in a moment. In 2020, we had 4 overdose deaths year to date and 31 homicides. In 2021, 14 overdose deaths, 21 homicides. Today, we sit at 18 deaths and 25 homicides year to date. Our last one was last night, overdose death. Overdoses for the year have also continued to climb. 23 in 2019, 47 in 2020, 109 in 2021, and now we sit at 84 for 2022 as of July 28th. We're on pace to have 150-ish overdoses and somewhere around 37 deaths this year due to mostly fentanyl. And due to this influx of fentanyl, I was able to acquire a bunch of Narcan for our line patrolmen all the way up to the chief of police, and we got that out into the city. We spoke about community engagement earlier. We've been doing the PAL program, obviously, community policing, the Enough is Enough programs, SD 500, social media. A couple weeks ago, we did the football camp, town hall meeting with the DEA, citizens academies, and August 2nd, we will be out at Night Against Crime, and I think we all will be there. I want to go a little bit on the slide that says a typical overdose response from us. EMS arrives first, patrolmen then arrive next, and then the narcotics unit is paged out. If it's death, major case, homicide unit goes as well to help in the investigation. We collect all of our evidence, analyze that evidence, try to identify source of supply. We target that source of supply in our investigation. We develop probable cause, arrests, search warrants. Our SOU serves those, and then we turn those over for prosecution to the district attorney's office. I also want to point out that we seize fentanyl every single day. 1 pill, 15,000 pills. Every single day we get fentanyl off the street. We know that through the DEA testing that 1 out of every 5 pills contains a lethal dose of fentanyl, 20%. So the math is up there. Fentanyl is here, it's a problem. It's not going way easy. That's why we're a joined team task force here. I'll turn it over to the DA's office.
David Mitchell, DA's office again. One of the major initiatives is under the BOLD program for us. And that brings us into all of the schools across the county. And the idea is to get at the children, the young people, counteract that peer pressure or whatever it is that may bring them into contact initially with opioids or any other drugs. I'll say this, because of the way the Kansas legislature has set up our sentencing grid, it sometimes appears as if it's a revolving door when it comes to drug possession. The idea is that they have pushed treatment essentially down to the local level. And so that creates enormous demands on our local services. I know community corrections and court services, they do whatever they can, but ultimately it leads to an enormous number of cases. We're attempting to get at the core issue, that is to say, the addiction for those who are addicted and are just charged with possession. Problem is, as I'm sure many of you know, most people who are addicted do not treat successfully the first time. So that 500 cases that we initially showed on the first slide, they'll stick around for quite a while. And then guess what's happening the following year? More cases. So what we need is additional resources, surprise, surprise, but we really do need them so that we can adequately monitor those who are going through the program, and so that that program itself actually gets traction so that ultimately we can bring down those numbers.
And the health department's response has been less robust. This is a newer area for us, partly because for the very first time, we've added a physician who can focus on this with ARPA dollars approved by you all. Thank you. But we have the last 2 years been participating in a statewide overdose to action project. And that's what's really brought us up to speed as a health department on collecting the data, understanding the distribution across the community, and figuring out what our next steps are going to be. We also want to make it clear that those of us at the table are just a very small few of those who are working on this situation in our community. There are state and national partners, which have been fantastic for a lot of our partners up here to work with. We have a lot of nonprofits and social safety nets. I also want to say that Bonner and Edwardsville Public Safety, we're coming for you next. We need you at this table with us. And so this has got to be countywide. Just want to lay that understanding in front of everyone that we need to build this coalition further, and we intend to do so. So there are just a couple of additions to our opioid-related response that are pretty imminent that we'll walk through quickly before we hand it over to our legal department.
One thing to specifically pay attention to is, again, Narcan distribution out of our health department clinic. We want to start getting it out for free. You can get it from pharmacies, but it's very expensive, even with insurance. We want to be a place where people who need Narcan can come and get it safely for free. We're also working on putting Narcan in all of the schools, just a couple emergency kits, because again, we are seeing this with our youth, more overdoses. So we want to make sure that all staff and faculty are trained at these schools, as well as parents who are interested. And I do want to point out that although these are kind of phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, these are all kind of happening at the same time. We were actually approached by people in these school districts to collaborate on this. And so it's hopefully going to be in the works, and we'll have Narcan in these spaces very soon.
So with the fire department, in a very short amount of time from when Erica was hired, my community medic, which is another new initiative at the fire department, these two got together and came up with a fantastic plan. For the fire department, finding a way to do prevention is always hard, especially in this instance. We were kind of stuck. In a short amount of time, they've found a kit that they're going to put together, and it's going to be left at the scenes of areas where we've run multiple overdoses or we feel there could be an overdose again. It's a simple kit. It's dropped off. Some documentation is done. It also starts the spider web. This isn't one fix or one bullet's going to fix this. It's a spider web and overlay. This is just another piece of web to catch people and give them some resources. The studies show that within 72 to 96 hours of having an overdose, they're a little more receptive to going to treatment. So the purpose of this is to have a leave behind kit at these scenes that we keep running on a regular basis. And this is fantastic. It's all Erica and Jessica that came up with this. The training's ongoing. We should be mid-November to have it rolled out and be able to start leaving those things at scenes. Once again, fantastic. Hats off to Erica. She hit the ground running.
James Bain, Unified Government Legal Department. I want to kind of review where we've been on the opioid litigation and provide some updates since the last time we've talked about this. So you'll remember back in 2018, former Chief Counsel Ken Moore was on top of these legal theories about the pharmaceutical companies that were flooding the communities with opioids and addictive drugs, and the liability that those pharmaceutical companies may face. And so in 2018, we joined hundreds of cities throughout the United States in litigating against the pharmaceutical companies. Finally, those settlements are being reached, and we are expecting some dollars to come into the unified government over the next year and a half. The first big settlement, and probably the biggest one, came about a year ago. The settlement came, you'll remember in December, we released our claims and joined up with the state of Kansas. And we've gotten the final numbers and calculations, and we are expecting to get sometime over the next 18 months, about $2.4 million from that big settlement. We're expecting 1 to 2 more. Purdue Pharmaceutical is going to be another big one coming. But this first settlement with the big 4 pharmaceutical companies will bring in, we estimate $2.4 million. $700,000 of that was because we were involved in the litigation. You'll remember we got bonus dollars for releasing our claims to the state of Kansas, and those bonus dollars equal about $700,000.
Thank you, James. This is our final slide this evening. So this is for information only, which begs the question, what do we need from you all? We are here to ask you tonight to formalize us into the Unified Government Opioid Response Task Force. We need to be created into a formal body because we need to be working on what's coming next related to master settlement, right? So we ask you that you create us into a formal task force and task us specifically with going back, identifying what the evidence has proven are the most effective prevention and mitigation strategies related to this. Task us with engaging the community in how we prioritize which of those evidence-based strategies to utilize, and task us with bringing you a budget of how we may propose that we collectively use that $2.4 million. What you hear from us tonight is that there is an urgency here in this situation. We don't know exactly when this money is going to land, but there is no reason for us to not have a plan and a budget for that money the day that it hits. And so we're asking for you to get behind us, to support us collectively, so that we can get to work and come back to you with a budget and a plan for you to review and decide if you're ready to adopt it. Thank you for your time this evening. Thank you to my partners up here.
Thank you. We have some questions. Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. So if you could go back to slide number 10 on page 5, if you guys will. Under the district attorney's data information, opioid numbers by District 7 is my district, and it's 167, which leads the chart. And I'm kind of perplexed to think that we say that we're going to get with Bonner Springs and Edwardsville next, when they're the leading number on this chart. If you go to slide number 16 on page number 8, bullet point number 3, it says presented to schools throughout Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, Turner, and Piper. No Bonner Springs. Why?
As Ms. Holliday mentioned, there were a number of school districts that approached us first earlier this spring. And so we've acknowledged that they really raised their hand first. And so we're working with them first. But as she also said, there is no plan to exclude anyone. We're trying to figure out this fall how to hit every single school district. And when I say we're coming to Bonner and Edwardsville next, I don't mean that they're lower priority. I just mean that we've managed to build a coalition across these departments today. And we recognize that this coalition can be stronger with our Western counterparts. And so it is our intent to make sure that this is countywide. We recognize that today it is not in reality in terms of what's happening on the ground, and it is our intent to make it so. So we are coming forward with the best intention to figure out how to use all partners in this, because this is an all hands on deck situation. Quite frankly, we need anyone and everyone who is interested in working on this to be in this with us, because it's that big of a deal.
It just sticks out that there's only one school district that was left out.
I assure you, sir, by the end of August, there will be scheduled stuff with every school district if that school district chooses. So, yeah.
I just want to add that we have been in conversation with every school district simply who's returning our emails at this point. And so everyone is interested, everyone is on board, and there is no greater priority than other. I apologize for what was left out on the slide, but every district is in communication. Some are already doing it, which is, outside of our scope. So it is a priority overall, absolutely.
Commissioner McCarron.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to say to all of you, really appreciate you, and you are setting an example for multidisciplinary, cross-departmental effectiveness in local government. That's what we need. That's what I hope we can continue to do. If this were an item that were up for vote tonight, I'd make the motion that we move forward with your proposal, not only to formalize this, but to gather a budget. Speaking of budget, did I hear you correctly that if you had additional resources, this multidisciplinary cross-departmental team could do more and better work?
Yes, 100 times, yes.
So all I'm going to say just to my colleagues is I can't do the math of how we collect less revenue and pay more money for great programs. You're going to have to show me how we do that, because I can't make the math work. I hope that we can give you additional resources because I value what it is you do as a team. It is beneficial to the people of our cities and county. It is beneficial to everyone who is here. It improves not only their physical health, but it improves the mental health of our community. It improves the well-being of our community. You guys are doing a great job.
Thank you, sir. And I would just say that 2.4 million, that is not going to stem the tide right now, right? That's not going to right the ship and fix the situation. But what it can do, if we're incredibly collaborative and systematic, is that it can allow us to choose a couple of comprehensive, systematic items that we want to go after and hit those really hard. And so that's why we're so serious about doing this collectively, because onesies and twosies can throw away that $2.4 million real fast, right? You all know that. You're all running this budget. We don't use this 2.4 million in a concerted way with all of us driving towards the same end goal, then that money is going to get washed away and you're not going to see an improvement from it, is our humble opinion.
Thank you, Commissioner Bynum.
Thanks. I have a couple questions. For the DA, sir, the slides about the cases. I mean, I know you've got it by district, but in the past 12 months, DA's office has prosecuted more than 5,000 opioid cases. So you show 577 total charges. And when you say 10 cases closed, do you mean like adjudicated all the way through to a verdict? I just need more help.
There you go.
Sorry.
That's referring to cases, yes, completely closed out. So what you're going to see is the majority of those cases are possession cases. And so those tend to roll over because of so many of them that are eligible for diversion, which is essentially the treatment. And again, they drag on because, quite frankly, the administration of those cases, everything that goes on with those cases are essentially local. The way our sentencing grid works, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I think the legislature realized that locking people up who were frankly addicted and sending them to prison isn't going to get it done. But that's why there's so many, and that's why they continue to remain open.
Okay, no, I really appreciate that. I mean, wouldn't it be great if we were prosecuting rather than possession, the sale or the manufacture or distribution or whatever the other pieces are that are, yeah, go ahead.
Major Richard Harris, Kansas. Absolutely. The source of supply that I mentioned in my slides are the dealers and the suppliers and up the chain of their chain from the user level. Most of the time, our first contact is with the user level, the very bottom, and we try to leverage intel and information and the way they communicate with their dealers as we investigate them. And we're really targeting distribution, dealers, suppliers is who our priority is.
Just two more quick questions. Again, the data by district. I'm not asking for anything extra, but if you have a way to sort it by zip code, I just wonder if it might give us even a more clear picture.
Yes, ma'am. We're actually working with the state on a project right now to map very granularly where these are happening in our community. We haven't received permission to share that publicly, which is why you don't see it tonight, but we have that and it's forthcoming in coming weeks.
And then I just, two things, Mayor and Administrator, we've had a request that this group be codified, ratified, ramified, and it's an information only item. So can we bring that to the next agenda for action so that we can do as they request? And then what else can we do? Where else do we need to have Narcan? And how can we help you get it there?
We're trying to figure out very low cost and no cost options. That's our biggest barrier right now. Narcan is quite expensive. So that's the biggest thing. That's the biggest barrier for us. But our goal is everywhere. There's no reason why it's not in libraries, in our nonprofits, in our community and neighborhood centers, our parks and rec centers, right? Those are fantastic locations for this. So we're really thinking of this as a staged response. We're focusing on health department and schools in the next couple of months, but our intent is that there are multiple phases hitting various sectors, including business sectors, faith-based sectors in our community. There's nowhere where this shouldn't be, quite frankly. And as Chief Heath mentioned, there's no adverse effects to Narcan. And so there's no risk to use, for example, for having this in places where it's available to them. So if you have ideas around nonprofits or others, we would love to have them and be connected to those groups.
Thank you, Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, team. Commissioner Townsend, District 1. Ms. Van Loo, could you explain what the formalization of the UG opioid response team, the formalization of it that you're asking for, is going to do that you're not already doing? That would be one thing. How's that going to improve? The $2.4 million that Councilor Bain mentioned, that's from a lawsuit, right? So what so far, and we don't have that in-house yet, right? How has what you have been doing excellently been funded so far? And what would you be able to do without more formalization of this team? Keeping in mind what we've all heard tonight from the audit and prioritizing what we do, clearly I'm looking at a panel of departments that are fundamental to any city government, county government. We've got law enforcement, public health, our prosecutor's office. I mean, nobody else can do that but us. But what will this formalization do? And again, we've seen 2.4 million we expect from a lawsuit. I think maybe Commissioner McKiernan asked this. If not, I'm going to ask it again, but it's all about money. How much in the optimum would it cost for this program to go forward currently what you've done for a year? I mean, what is the ongoing cost in a year's time for what you've done so far?
So in terms of what the departments are doing, we've all absorbed those costs in different ways, right? EMS has absorbed that cost of training staff on Narcan. PD has absorbed the cost on making sure that they have a narcotics unit fully staffed who can respond to this stuff, right? So there, none of us have a specific budget for this to this point in time. My only budget for this is one FTE, right? So when you ask what we can do with 2.4 million, that's why we need to be formalized. What I don't want us to be doing is working on the side without commission's complete consent and approval and understanding of what we're doing. I want us to go back with our departments, engage community, engage other UG departments and other Wyandotte local government entities in creating a plan and creating a budget for that $2.4 million. But I don't want to do that off road. I want to do that with all of you behind us, understanding our intent to bring the evidence base to collect community input and to come before you with a plan that we think can be impactful. So when I say formalize, maybe that's not the right word, but what I'm hoping is that you will get behind us and agree to allowing us collectively to spearhead the effort to create the plan for how we take that master settlement money and make it effective in our community. Did that answer your question, Commissioner?
Part of it. The other big part is the money. So 2.4 you're looking at, is that going to get you through another year of what you've done already? 2 years, 6 months? That's the other part of it.
Sure. Again, what we're doing now, we have sustained in our budget, just these basic services with EMS taking out Narcan, PD taking out Narcan. EMS has been free, so they haven't had to absorb that in their budget. So we don't think of these current existing activities as what this 2.4 million is for. This 2.4 million is to jumpstart new work, to embed energy into systematic structural change around how we work with pharmacies and how we work with our coroners. Like there are a whole bunch of systemic pieces around this that we could improve with a big pot of money, but that's not to the detriment of this current work, which will be sustained and which we are all sustaining at the department level. So that 2.4 million is for additional new, bigger opioid response.
Okay, I hear you. You're working currently through your budgets. You'd like to do more. I think you have an eye, from what you're telling me, on the 2.4 million to do that. How long would that last? I guess, and I'm not asking you to tell me right now, but
that completely
that's
depends
the other
on
part of
the planning
what I
process.
want to hear in the bigger scheme and scope of what we heard tonight, I think, about funding. Thank you for all your efforts.
But again, we're not seeking the extra general fund, any of that. We're just here to make sure that this opioid master settlement money is used in the best ways possible. So we're not looking to touch the budget. We're just want to make sure that there's a plan in place for when this money comes and that Wyandotte County is going to use it on the opioid problem. And then the good and bad thing is there are very specific parameters around how we can use this opioid master settlement money, right? So it has specific activities that it can and can't cover. So we are bound by that, which is good because it gives us a scope, but there's also a lot of room to play in there and a lot of Wyandotte County contextualization that we need to do with those options to decide what will work here in our communities.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Julianne, your team, and all the multifaceted approach that is happening. I agree with what Commissioner McKiernan said. I like that it's all different facets that are helping to look at the issue, eradicate the issue, and help those who are going through this. I also do agree that with the notion of, you coming back before us with a plan and we approve it. I know you and I, Julianne, have had this conversation, and we, to the public who don't know, that we as the Board of Commissioners also sit and serve as the Board of Health for the county. We are the ones that create health policy for the county. And so I think this is something where we can bring back the Board of Health and we can bring this to us and ensure that everybody in Wyandotte County is being helped and has the resources available to them. So no, I completely agree that we to bring this back. And as always, Julianne, thank you to you and your department for spearheading this and working with everybody to get this going. Our health department is, again, a department we don't hear much about until something happens. And so thank you for all that you do and you do to the community, and to the fire department, police department, and DA's office for working on this. Thank you as well. It's not easy work seeing people in a crisis as that. It's not easy. So I thank you for the hard work that you and your members and your firefighters and police officers do to keep our community safe and those who are in crisis safe as well.
Thank you. I had a quick question. I know opioids is the focus. And really, I want to applaud you all for coming together. I really believe that collaborations are key, bringing the right people around the table. I guess the kind of in line with what Commissioner Townsend was saying, I just want to follow up on it. I look at the sustainability of this program. I know you're expecting funds to come in, which is fine. And I just want to let you know, I'm open. We will move forward with, I will get this to the appropriate committee to formalize, the type of committee you want. But I have two questions there. Is the sustainability? What does that look like, both financially and as far as this group is concerned? And then my second question is, and maybe the police department can speak to that. Outside of the opioid crisis, are there any other major drugs, heroin, cocaine, anything else that are really problematic in Wyandide County and Kansas City, Kansas right now that we also need to be concerned about? And I'll expound on why I asked that question.
Sure, and I will leave that to our law enforcement colleagues, but to the sustainability question, I think we should be really open and honest that there is not sustainability here. There are no additional master settlements coming, right? Which is why I feel so strongly that this 2.4 million has to be used for infrastructure, right? There are technology needs. There are systemic ways that we can communicate differently if we invested serious dollars. There are tech and computer and analysis related needs that the PD office has, right? There are ways to invest in infrastructure that will make sure that this sets us up for success without necessarily, hiring a whole staff of folks we'd have to lay off. That's not our intention. So this has got to be system improvement, infrastructure building, collaboration, technology money, right? It needs to be investment money. So I don't see it as sustainable fundings, and we need to continue to keep that at the forefront of our mind, right? That we're not setting up something we cannot sustain, but that we're setting up structures that can exist beyond this money.
So Major Richard Harris, as far as the other narcotics within the community, they're still there. Crystal meth is still a problem. Cocaine is still a problem. Not as much crack cocaine anymore, but oxycontins and hydrocodones. And we also are seeing all of those, to include marijuana, all of those are mixed and laced, if you will, with fentanyl. We've gotten crystal meth that has been tested for crystal meth, and fentanyl is inside of it. We have heroin that also comes up with fentanyl, and marijuana that comes up with fentanyl. So they're all a problem. We still have all of the same problems that we did prior to May 2019, in addition to the fentanyl problem now. So if we're working really hard on all of it, and if we can use this money and this collaboration to stem and try to curtail our fentanyl problem, it would be beneficial for everybody, but we still see all of it. Does that answer your question, Mayor?
Yeah. So I guess where I'm going with it is just a question. This is the third question is I totally agree with this committee that I believe that you all are asking, and it's formal, they have the commission formalize an actual committee. But I guess something I would like to ask when you bring that ask forward, and I'll make sure it gets to the appropriate standing committee, is that just a task force that looks at all those drugs, and then you all as a body prioritize based on the data, which one you focus on as being the priority drug, kind of like as you're doing now with opioids. And that way it's just not an opioid, because that may be the drug of today. There may be some, unknown drug of tomorrow, and just kind of having this committee in place to be able to confront those issues as they arise and look at the data and be able to project resources or project the type of collaboration you need to address the situation effectively. I think so. I just boxing it into just opioids. That's just my thought. I just would like to see a broader, across the board where you're just facing on all illegal narcotics, and then you all can make the decision to prioritize which one you're going to focus your resources on.
I couldn't agree more, Mr. Mayor. That's absolutely how this should be approached. And because so many of the prevention strategies work on multiple types of addiction, right? Or multiple substances, right? So there's a way for us to understand which are the evidence-based practices that are going to be able to prevent the most number of types of drug use, right? So there are some that are opioid-specific response items, but there are others that will prevent opioid use, but also prevent a lot of other substance use. So how do we make sure that those are a core part of the plan? And that we're hitting as much of this prevention as possible. But 100%, that would be our preference, actually, to have a broader substance misuse task force that can take on opioids and then whatever is next.
Yeah, I would ask that, and that way I can forward that. You know, obviously, right now, opioids is priority, and that's great. The other thing, I just would like for you to take just another look at sustainability, because I heard you mention technology and other resources. Just from my experience, you know, technology changes all the time. There may be new technologies that arise that may be necessary or needed to confront that unknown drug or that unknown crisis that's there. So I don't want you all to limit yourself saying, you know, well, we've got the 2.5 when we set up this infrastructure.
Sure.
But when you've exhausted that infrastructure 5-10 years down the road, I mean, you want to be able to have the means to at least come back to the commission, and whatever commission it is at that time, and say, we need funding for whatever you've decided is priority at that time. So if you can send a recommendation to that and to me and the administrator, I'll make sure that I move that forward for you.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, commissioners, for your time this evening.
Okay, thank you all so much. Well, that concludes the administrator's agenda. We're going to run right into the mayor's agenda. And I have one item that I'd like to discuss on the mayor's agenda, and that's just, I made a commitment to let the public and the commission know, just as events unfolded as far as the county administrator search, the process where we're at. There was a committee that was put together that reviewed all the candidates for the search firm. And what was brought forward to me, and I concur with the recommendation that the search firm that we're looking at selecting is going to be Strategic Government Resources, or SGR. They've worked with other municipalities in the metro area, and they were deemed to be the best out of the candidates that were brought forward. So we'll be moving forward with them. If you didn't catch it, again, Mayor Harrington of Bonner Springs will be the chair of the selection committee task force in this process. And Bill Johnson, the general manager of the Board of Public Utilities, will be the co-chair. I don't believe that all the commissioners have brought forward their two candidates. I don't know. I know that Commissioner Bynum and Commissioner Burrows were kind of working with the commissioners to bring forth those individuals that are going to be a part of this task force with the selection task force. Is there an update either one of you would like to provide as far as where we're at?
There were only a couple remaining commissioners that yet need to bring forward their names, is what I'm aware of. Ally is agreeing.
Ally, can you come forward?
Yes, Mayor. I believe we are very close on solidifying our committee. Almost all commissioners have at least submitted one name. I know a few are still looking for their alternate. So that's where we are. But we should have a final list by August 1st.
Okay. It's any movement with the commissioners that that we're still conversations with them as far as communication on where they're at?
Yes, they know who they are.
Okay,
Yeah.
so they're waiting on their response.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, so moving forward, again, let me just recap this process for those that may have missed it. We've got the search firm selected. The task force, the co-chair and the chair have agreed and they're coming on board. Our at-large commissioners, along with our 8 regular commissioners, are picking 2 task force members. One will be a primary, the second one will be basically a backup. They will work with the selection committee to gather information from employees, from the community, as well as the business community on what they would like to see in a county administrator as well. That information will be correlated with the search firm, and a call of interest will be put out based on that information, as well as the information as far as best practices are concerned, as determined by the search firm. Ultimately, they will glean candidates and go through resumes. The firm, I won't have any involvement. This commission won't have any involvement in that process. The ask that I have with the task force is, when it's all said and done, is to narrow it down to 3 candidates. Those 3 candidates will go through a 1 or 2 day process of evaluation. And from that, narrow down to 2 recommendations, a primary recommendation and a runner-up recommendation that I can interview, and then ultimately make that appointment and bring that person before the commission for their consent. And so that's that process. Commissioner Townsend, question?
Thank you, Mayor. In the process you just mentioned, will the commission, when these candidates are narrowed down to 2, 3, 1 or 2, have an opportunity to meet, talk, to question before any final recommendation is made?
Yes, I apologize. I left that out. Once the the task force brings forth their 3 candidates and they go through their battery of assessments, they'll narrow it down to 2. The 2, even before I get to have interaction with the 2 recommended candidates, the commission will have that opportunity. Just because of charter considerations, there won't be any recommendations sought from the commission. What would be brought forward to the task force would be just your overall impressions, what you liked, what you didn't like. And that's just to keep in line with the limitations that we all have as elected officials when it comes to personnel matters by charter. And so, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. I appreciate that. I think that's essential. And it's funny because probably likes, dislikes will sound a whole lot like a recommendation, whether it's taken or not. But I think that's essential that the body have that. Thank you.
Now, I say that respectfully to the task force. Ultimately, the task force will define and outline that process. I'm just giving a general overview of kind of what I would like to see, but ultimately the task force, independent of me, will outline this process and they'll make that determination. The only thing that I'm ultimately asking is that I have 2 candidates to interview. Once the process is completed, hopefully can make an appointment and get that appointment to you all for review and consent. Okay. All right. That takes us to the regular consent agenda. Do any members of the Commissioner or County Administrator wish to set aside any item on the regular consent agenda? If an item is not set aside, all items on the regular consent agenda will be voted on by 1 vote.
McKiernan, District 2, move to approve all as submitted.
Markley, second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as it is. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Roll call. Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane, Markley,
Aye.
Stites, Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
The vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. That concludes the portion of our regular meeting, and I'm going to join us in that capacity. And I'm going to bring us back to order as the Land Bank Board of Trustees. Do any members of the Commissioner and County Administrator wish to set aside any items on the Land Bank consent agenda?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
No, will this be, well, will we still be doing the land, I'm not the land bank, but the planning and zoning agenda after this?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I can't control that. Yeah. We did at the beginning. Yeah. Apologize. Okay. For those of you, Commissioner Markley brought up a good point. Those of you that are wondering about the planning and zoning, we haven't got to that portion. That will be the last item. So we're just running through this last item as far as the land bank, and then we'll get into the planning and zoning. So I believe there was a motion and a second for the land bank. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Roll call. Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane, Markley,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
The vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. We are now going to start the planning and zoning session of our meeting. I'll ask the clerk to read the statement required by state law governing the planning and zoning portion of this meeting, followed by the items on the planning and zoning consent agenda.
Good evening. We would like to welcome all present to this meeting of the Unified Government Commission. Members of the commission are Mayor CEO Tyrone Garner, Commissioner Melissa Bynum, at-large District 1, Commissioner Tom Burrows, at-large District 2, Commissioner Gail Townsend, District 1, Commissioner Brian McKiernan, District 2, Commissioner Christian Ramirez, District 3, Commissioner Harold Johnson, District 4, Commissioner Mike Kane, District 5, Commissioner Angela Markley, District 6, Commissioner Chuck Stites, District 7, and Commissioner Andrew Davis, District 8. As each petition is called, all persons for or against will be given the opportunity to express their views. If this is the first time that a particular petition has been before the commission has 3 options. 1, it can approve the recommendation of the Planning Commission with 6 votes. 2, it can override the Planning Commission's recommendation, but it would take 8 votes to override. 3, it can return the matter to the Planning Commission for further consideration, together with a statement specifying the reasons for the referral back to the Planning Commission. The consent agenda is the first part of the planning and zoning agenda. Items on the consent agenda have received a unanimous vote of recommendation by the Planning Commission. Unless there is a request to set aside an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the public, the Unified Government Commission, or others, then the Planning Commission's recommendation on all items on the consent agenda will be adopted by the Unified Government Commission at one time. I will read the list of agenda items on the consent agenda, and when I have completed the list, the mayor will ask if there are any requests to set aside items from the consent agenda. This is your time to come to the microphone and provide the agenda item to be set aside if you do not agree with the Planning Commission's recommendation. If you're joining us virtually, this is your time to raise your hand and once acknowledged, provide the agenda item to be set aside. If you contacted the UG Clerk's office, that item will be set aside by the UG Clerk on your behalf. If an item is set aside, the matter will be discussed and voted on separately. All items not set aside will be approved with the Planning Commission's recommendation. We appreciate the attendance of those people here this evening, and we recognize the importance of each petition. We would, however, remind you that there are a number of items on the agenda, and we would appreciate your efforts to make your remarks as concise as possible. We ask that anyone with a cell phone, please turn them off or switch to non-audio so you will not disturb the meeting. If joining us virtually or by phone, we ask that you mute your phone when not speaking to avoid background noise so you will not disturb the meeting. Once the petitioners make their presentation, anyone for or against will be allowed the maximum 3 minutes to state their views. As you come to the microphone, please state your name and city for the record if attending in person. This is your time also to raise your hand if you're joining us virtually. When your name is called, please state your name and city for the record. The mayor and commission are required to disclose contacts with proponents or opponents on any item on the planning and zoning agenda. At this time, does any member of the commission wish to disclose any contact with proponents or opponents on any item on the agenda?
Thank you. I've had contact with proponents of SP 2021-069 and contact with opponents of SP 2022-059.
Thank you, Commissioner Stites.
I'm sorry. Had contact with proponents of SP 2021-069.
Thank you, Commissioner Kane.
Same as Commissioner States. Dang it.
Thank you. Does any member of the commission, the county administrator, the public wish to set aside any item on the planning and zoning consent agenda? You haven't read it, I'm sorry. Read that. You want to go into the topic?
I will now read the items on the consent agenda. Change of zone application COZ 2022-021 Jeff Widener. Change of zone from R1 Single Family District to AG Agricultural District for an accessory structure for tractor and equipment at 3616 Pomeroy Drive, recommended for approval. Special use permit application. Item 1, SP 2021-069, Prajat Singh Pata with United Truck Repair. Special use permit to operate an inspection light maintenance facility for United Truck Repair at 451 South 14th Street, recommended for denial. Item 2, SP 2021-090, Dana Blay with DBL Architecture, Inc. Special use permit for a liquor store at 146 South 18th Street, recommended for approval for 2 years. Item 3, SP 2022-056, Tobias Sandoval Suarez, special use permit for the temporary use of land to store construction equipment at 3914 North 59th Street, recommended for approval for 2 years. Item 4, SP 2022-057, Edward J. Bain, home occupation special use permit for a short-term rental at 1324 North 75th Drive, recommended for approval for 2 years. Item 5, SP 2022-060, Esther Reed, renewal of a special use permit for the temporary use of land to store dump trucks and other construction equipment at 1610 North 51st Street, recommended for denial. Item 6, SP 2022-061, Tom Geifer with G&G Holdings LLC, renewal of a special use permit for the temporary use of land to stockpile and process concrete materials at 7241 Caw Drive, recommended for approval for 5 years. Item 7, SP 2022-062, Joshua Brandon with the bar KCK, renewal of a special use permit to continue live entertainment at a drinking establishment at 6720 Caw Drive, recommended for approval for 2 years. Item 8, SP 2022-065, Samaya Guess, special use permit for a short-term rental at 2023 North 85th Street, recommended for approval for 1 year. Vacation application. Item 1, VAC 2022-004, Donna Ross, vacation of right-of-way to install a fence at 2942 North Bethany Street, recommended for approval. Item 2, VAC 2022-005, Andrea Weishaupt with Atlas Surveyors, vacation of a utility easement at 12750 Hubbard Road, recommended for approval. D, plan review applications. Item 1, PR 2022-021, Eric Gentry with Victory Jeep, Preliminary plan review to construct an auto dealership at 1701 North 100th Terrace, recommended for approval. Item 2, PR 2022-022, Lynn Holcomb with Reclaimed Material Yard LLC. Preliminary and final plan review to construct a laydown yard at 11 and 47 South 59th Lane and 5701 Caw Drive, recommended for approval. Miscellaneous ordinances. Item 1, an ordinance rezoning property at 557 River Park Drive, 0 Kansas Avenue, from no zoning district to CT planned general business district, recommended for approval. Item 2, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit at 557 Park Drive, 0 Kansas Avenue, for an entertainment venue for the Rock Island Bridge, recommended for approval. Item 3, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit at 6102 State Avenue for live entertainment in conjunction with a drinking establishment restaurant, recommended for approval. Item 4, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit at 3900 Rainbow Boulevard for continuation of live entertainment in conjunction with an existing restaurant drinking establishment, recommended for approval. Item 5, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit at 8440 Gibbs Road to continue to store boats, trailers, vehicles, construction equipment, and farm equipment for retail sale, recommended for approval. Item 6, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for continuation of a community motorcycle garage with live entertainment and alcohol at 10 South James Street, recommended for approval. Item 7, an ordinance vacating right-of-way at 205 North Orchard Street, recommended for approval. Item 8, an ordinance authorizing a master plan amendment at 557 River Park Drive and 0 Kansas Avenue from none to parks, open space, public, semi-public, and regional commercial, recommended for approval. Those are all of the items on the consent agenda.
Thank you. Clerk, Commissioner Stites has another disclosure.
I keep hitting that button, sorry. Commissioner Stites, District 7, and I apologize that, but I didn't realize, but I had correspondence with PR 2022-021 and also PR 2022-022. Thank you.
Okay, does any member of the commission, the county administrator, the public wish, Commissioner McCarron?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to set aside SP 2021-069.
And Mr. Mayor, staff has received a request for SP 2022-060 to be pulled from consent agenda, and staff would like to remove SP 2022-061 as well.
Clerk, did you get those for clarity? Okay. All right. Just as a note, if any item is not set aside, all items on the planning and zoning consent agenda will be voted on by one vote to follow the recommendations of the Planning Commission. Clerk, you've received a request for a set aside as well.
Mr. Hand has already pulled that item. Thank you.
I'll ask if anyone in attendance would like to set aside an item. If so, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and the agenda item to be set aside. Okay, I'll ask the clerk if anyone is joining us virtually that has their hands raised to set aside an item.
There are no hands raised.
I will entertain a motion for approval of the planning and zoning consent agenda, excluding
Moved.
the set asides.
Move to approve all items as submitted. Commissioner Ramirez.
McKiernan, District 2, second.
There is a motion and a second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
The vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. Clerk, how many set asides have we?
We received 3 requests for set aside.
Okay. Clerk, if you can go with the first set aside.
The first request for set aside is item B1, special use permit SP 2021-069, Prajat Singh Pata with United Truck Repair.
Okay, I'll ask Mr. Hand to make some opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Staff agrees with the Planning Commission's recommendation of denial. The applicant had requested 60 days continuance, which is the code maximum. The Planning Commission had provided them an initial 30 days continuance and did not want to give them another 30 days at the Planning Commission hearing earlier this evening. We have not received all the information that we're required to finish our staff report. Staff agrees with Planning Commission recommendation of denial.
Thank you. I'll ask the applicant or representative to present their application and to state your name for the record.
Will Anderson.
Your address as well.
Sorry. Will Anderson, BHC 712 State Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas, representing the United Truck Repair, the applicant. It's a bit of a story. The first special use application went through in September of 2019. This is a small family company run by a father and two sons. They went into the years 2019, heading into 2020, struggled with the actual effects of the COVID supply issues, and that continued. When their renewal came up for action in September of 2021, I wasn't in the process at that stage. Later in the time, Rob Richardson rang me and asked me to get involved. The staff report that came out on items to be carried out was far more onerous than the original. I will note that they did not carry out some of the stipulations. So I'm only interested in trying to keep their head above water. In early 2022, Rob Richardson asked us to get into a meeting, and we were met with Director Hand, the code guy in the department. We met, talked about the items that were on it. The site itself is about 2 acres. One of the big items was to have the site paved, and that's 2 acres. This is a small company, and the cost to do that is huge for them. Director Hand offered to sort of work with them to phase it in, but part of the deal was basically they had to raise funds to be able to afford to put that down. Like initially we looked at it, BHC looked at it and looked at some way to reduce the cost, but the majority of it was they had area there that they looked at just paving specifically, and that came out to about $250,000. We've got the engineers back down there. They looked at the surface, which is a patchwork concrete surface. The trucks that were going over it, they're empty tractor trailers. The trailers are empty. They backed the trailers in. The surface itself seemed to stand what was going on. There are cracks in the surface. We took that to Director Hand through an email, suggested what we were doing. He was concerned about the cracks in that. In the meantime, the United Truck Repair was trying to raise funds. Right at the end, we went through 2 meetings, and Director Hand is correct. We were given the time frame. We delayed. We got the extra 2 months. Right at the end of that, they were able to raise $60,000. They immediately went into the process of constructing a new entry, concrete entry into the place. They paved the area up to the workshop and did patchwork paving on it. They also effectively planted trees, did up the fence better than what it was, shifted some of the things, but that expended the funds that they had. We went to the meeting, the last meeting, which was 2 weeks ago. We did have the 60 days, and basically it was voted denial. What we're looking for is an additional chance now that they've spent the $60,000. There are some items that they've patched most of the concrete, and we're at that stage now. Again, this is just a small family company that are trying to work through some of the deals that they've got. Answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll now open the public hearing and ask the clerk if she's received any direct notification of the public who wish to express their comments in favor of this item.
No comments were received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in favor of this item? If so, please come to the podium, state your name and address. For record, you'll be given up to 3 minutes to make your comments. Seeing none, is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in favor of this item? If so, please raise your hand to be acknowledged. Once acknowledged, you may state your name and address for the record. You'll be given up to 3 minutes to state your comments.
There are no hands raised.
Clerk, have you received any direct notification from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition of this item?
No comments were received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in opposition to this item? If so, please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll be given 3 minutes to state your comments. Is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in opposition of this item? If so, please raise your hand to be acknowledged. Once acknowledged, state your name and address for record. You'll be given up to 3 minutes to state your comments.
There are no hands raised.
I will now close the public hearing. Would the petitioner like to make any closing comments? The petitioner has declined closing comments. Do any members of the commission have any comments or questions? And I believe we have Commissioner McKiernan.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. I'm hoping my outcome that I would like to see out of this is exactly what is in the minutes of the Planning Commission report. It says the Planning Commission could grant another 30-day extension if the commission so chooses. I would propose that we do just that. The applicant did call me. I visited the site. I do believe that they are genuine about their intent to improve the site to the best of their ability. I'm a little concerned that they have not completely turned in the materials that are required of them. And that goes against what they verbalized to me their intent was. I'd like to give them another 30 days in which to both show the fruit of their labor and their investment and complete the submission of all the necessary materials to be fully considered by the Planning Commission. And I will make a motion in that regard.
Bynum, second.
Point of clarification, Commissioner, would you like that to be remanded back to the Planning Commission in August? At our August 8th hearing?
That would be fine.
We can do that. And then after that, again, the code only allows an additional 30 days. So September is their last chance at the Planning Commission to provide those materials. Otherwise, we have no other choice. That basically gives them 3 to 4 weeks to produce those materials from today.
I appreciate that. And given the fact that they're already on notice that they should have already produced those materials, I'm confident that will be plenty of time.
Okay, I had a quick question. Mr. Hand, again, could you describe why you recommended denial?
Yes, we didn't receive all the materials that were required after multiple extensions by the Planning Commission to complete our staff report. We don't have plans. We don't have phased approach. We don't have other requested information that we've had. This applicant submitted their original application about a year ago, last September. Since Mr. Anderson has been with them, he's known very well that all the requirements that we had since the initial meeting he's referenced with staff. That was about 5 months ago now. So after repeated continuances, we have still not been provided the information we've requested for. We can't write our staff report.
Okay. There is a motion. I believe Commissioner McKiernan, did you modify your motion? You made a motion.
Well, I made the initial motion, and then Mr. Hand just clarified the timing of when that would play out. But my motion still stands to remand back to Planning Commission for the opportunity to submit all materials.
And there is a second?
There is.
Okay, there is a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, roll call.
Roll call. Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Markley,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
The vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Clerk, the second set aside?
The second set aside is item B5, SP 2022-060, Esther Reed.
Okay, I'll ask staff to make some opening comments. Mr. Hand?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This is, excuse me, this is for a temporary use of land special use permit. It would be the, I believe, fourth approval, third renewal. The applicant at their last approval a year ago had said that they would only need 1 year approval in order to find a permanent solution for their dump trucks. This application has been requiring multiple conditions of approval that have yet to been met. They've met many of them. They have not met all of them, namely the landscape screening that was required in the original SUP approval in 2014. When staff conducted their site visit, they noticed that there was more than the one allowed dump truck on the site. With all of those considerations, staff agrees with the Planning Commission recommendation of denial.
Thank you. I'll ask the applicant and representatives to present their application. Doesn't appear that they're here. I will now open the public.
Mayor,
Yes.
we received comment from the applicant that they were ill previously and that they are currently home and quarantined. They were going to try and join us by phone. I do have a phone number online that is unidentified. It's a number ending in 1299. I don't know if this is the applicant.
Okay, just a second.
No. Yeah. They're not raising their hand.
Staff would note that they also were not in attendance at the Planning Commission hearing earlier this month.
All right, well, I will now open the public hearing and ask the clerk if she's received any direct notification from the public who wish to express their comments in favor of this item.
No comments were received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in favor of this item? If so, please come to the podium and state your name and address for record. Seeing none, is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in favor of this item?
No hands are raised.
I'll ask the clerk if you have received any direct notification from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition of this item.
No comments received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in opposition to this item? Seeing none, is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in opposition of this item?
No hands are raised.
I will now close the public hearing. Still no contact with the petitioner?
No activity online.
Okay. I'm going to open it up for questions and comments by our commissioners. Commissioner Bynum.
Mayor, thanks. Commissioner Bynum, I would make a motion to deny.
Commissioner Townsend. Okay. All right. Commissioner McCarron.
Thank you, Mayor. I will second the motion, but we need to clarify that in this case, the Planning Commission's recommendation was for denial. So a yes vote upholds the Planning Commission decision. All right.
Thank you.
All right. So there is a motion. Just for the record, you want to clarify your motion, Commissioner Bynum?
Motion to deny.
Okay. Commissioner McKiernan, did you have a second?
I do have a second, and I just again want to remind us that we are voting yes to uphold the Planning Commission's recommendation for denial.
Okay.
I believe, because don't we, if we deny, we have to provide a reason for denial, don't we?
No. Yeah, that was the Planning Commission.
So, well, I have a denial motion from Commissioner Bynum. And Commissioner McKiernan, I just want to be clear, you're seconding that, correct?
I am not seconding an overturning of the planning commission decision. I am seconding upholding the planning commission decision because I do believe that is what Commissioner Bynum intended with her motion.
Mayor, I would be willing to amend my motion to uphold the recommendation of the planning commission.
Thank
Second.
you. That's what I was looking for. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Roll call, Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane, Markley,
Aye.
Stipes,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
The vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. Clerk, I believe our last set aside.
Our last set aside is item B6, SP 2022-061, Tom Geifer with G&G Holdings LLC.
I'll ask Mr. Hand to make the comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This is a special use permit for concrete storage and processing facility. This is would be their first renewal, second approval. This is in the citywide master plan area in the Riverview, just south of Cod Drive on the other side of the train tracks. We received no letters of support, no opposition. There are a few old notices of violation that have been addressed as a part of this review. Staff includes conditions of approval related to dust mitigation, as well as removing all of the stockpiles that were previously in the floodway. This property is adjacent to the Kansas River. Nothing can be in the floodway zone. The applicant had requested and the City Planning Commission had recommended approval for a 5-year extension. Since the Planning Commission hearing, staff has identified additional information regarding this project. There's been a couple of near miss and deaths entering and exiting the site, specifically train collisions. In our staff report where we collect the information and gather police reports, there was an error. We did not notice one police report. When we investigated that one police report, we found multiple media stories about other either near misses or crashes specifically at that entrance and exit to the property. Again, these are dump trucks in front of trains, and we all heard the news in the last month of the dump truck that was in front of the Amtrak train. So this is not just the drivers, this is potentially a catastrophic issue. So staff would like it to be remanded back to Planning Commission so we can address the safety issues and potentially address the year amount of condition of approval. It might be worth not giving them 5. If these issues persist, we might want to give them less than and see if they correct themselves in that amount of time.
Thank you, Mr. Hand.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I apologize.
Go ahead.
We can remand this back down to the August meeting. It's a quick fix in the staff report. We can move it forward in August, we think.
Thank you. I'll ask the applicant or representatives to present their application. Seeing none, I'll now open the public hearing and ask the clerk if she's received any direct notification of those who wish to express their comments in favor of this item.
No comments were received.
Is there anyone present who'd like to speak in favor of this item? Seeing none, is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in favor of this item?
No hands are raised.
Clerk, have you received any direct notifications from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition of this item?
No comments were received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in opposition to this item? Is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in opposition to this item?
No hands are raised.
I'll now close the public hearing. I believe the petitioner is present. So I'm going to open it up for comments from our commission. Commissioner Markley?
Markley, move to remand back to the Planning Commission's August meeting.
McKiernan, District 2, second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to remand it back. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Roll call, Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane. Kane. Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
The vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. Next is our planning and zoning non-consent agenda. Clerk, you want to read those?
Item 1, special use permit SP 2022-059, Casey Cabins LLC. Special use permit for a short-term rental at 10 South Halleck Street. Recommended for approval for 1 year.
The recommendation was a 4-2 vote, I take it. I'll ask Ms. Rand to make some remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ben Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Excuse me. This application is for a short-term rental. This would be their first application for a short-term rental. At the Planning Commission hearing, the original application for both a short-term rental and an event space was amended to remove the event space. So before you see this evening, again, it's just the short-term rental. This property is also the same property associated with the proposed 505 Central project. It came to the attention in the review of that project that current building on the property was operating without a special use permit. Therefore, there was a stop work order cited for the property in order for them to come in and apply for a special use permit. This is in the Central Area Master Plan, again, just off Central Avenue at Halleck and 6th. We received no letters of support. There was one letter in opposition. There were multiple members of the public at the Planning Commission in attendance in opposition. I mentioned the stop work order. There were no notices of violation on this property. The short-term rental is recommended for 6 guests and 3 cars. Staff recommends approval for 1 year. Staff agrees with Planning Commission's approval for 1 year.
Thank you. I'll ask the representative to present the application. Seeing none, I'll now open the public hearing. Ask clerk if any notifications are received from the public who wish to express their comments in favor of this item.
No comments were received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in favor of this item? Seeing none, is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in favor of this item?
No hands are raised.
Clerk, have you received any notifications from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition of this item?
No comments were received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in opposition to this item? Seeing none, is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in opposition to this item?
No hands are raised.
I will now close the public hearing. Don't believe the petitioner is present. And open it up to comments from our commissioners. Commissioner McKiernan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to need some direction from my fellow commissioners on this one. I do think that there's tremendous potential benefit for short-term rentals. As an aside, I think we need a short-term rental license process rather than a special use permit process. That'll be for another day. Even though I think there's tremendous benefit to short-term rentals, I am just increasingly frustrated with short-term rental operators who come into Wyandotte County from outside the community and don't think to check with the local municipality to see if there are ordinances or regulations that must be followed to open and operate a short-term rental. I mean, this is an operator who's sophisticated enough to file with the Attorney General's office to create a limited liability corporation, but they don't bother to check and see if there are local municipality ordinances and regulations that they have to follow. The UG's had a rental license requirement in place since, I believe, the late 90s. And although there is no requirement that a short-term rental have a rental license, the presence of our current rental license for decades, I would think, would prompt anyone who wants to open a short-term rental to at least check with the local government to see what the regulations are. And so I look to my fellow commissioners for insight on my position.
Commissioners, if I may, with the recent creation of the ordinance studies section in the Planning and Urban Design Department, we are currently working on a short-term rental ordinance to do just that. Secondly, all of the platforms, Airbnb, Vrbo, you name it, they all say to their users that you need to confirm and check to see if there's any local ordinances to approve. So this is not out of the blue. We have the information on our website. Again, it's well aware when they come to apply for a business license, they're told these things.
Then I have to say I'm at a loss for why we end up here with a track record of this operator having hosted guests without getting the proper permits.
Thank you. Mr. Waters, do you want to comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I would just state, understanding the frustration, I don't think that the failure to properly apply in the past is a sufficient planning reason to deny tonight. So I guess if there's a request for denial, I would look at the standard planning factors.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Waters, what you're saying is if say Commissioner McCarron were to make a motion for denial based on them not following our code of ordinances based on business and licensing and what have you, that would not be sufficient enough.
Yes, Commissioner. So we accepted the application. We let them go through the process. By doing that, we basically said we're going to judge you based on our standards. We could draft something in the code where if you don't apply, you are somehow penalized. You don't get to apply for another year. You have to get on a waiting list or something. So we could put something into the code that would penalize people who do this. But having accepted the application and having the process started, we just have to judge based on the standard factors.
Okay. Well, that I share in your frustration, Commissioner McKiernan. Clearly, this is a business that knows how to research and how to research the state laws and the state requirements to become an LLC. That's a process in of itself, creating a board of directors, looking up, creating a charter, whatnot, and what have you, but not come down to the local level where you're going to be operating and not think to look at the local laws and local requirements. And yet, as Mr. Hand said, all of these platforms, make sure you know about them and make sure you know that there's requirements and to look at the local requirements. So I am frustrated in that, and I know that that's not sufficient evidence to provide a denial. But I just want to say I do share your frustration, Commissioner McCarron.
If it helps the commission, the two no votes from the Planning Commission were most concerned about the use's compatibility with the adjacent neighborhood.
Thank you, Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm perplexed then by what our options are, and this goes to what Counselor was saying. So you're saying we must approve this? Is that what you're saying?
No.
I mean,
Any motion to deny should be based upon the factors set forth on pages 4, 5, and 6 of the staff report, the golden factors plus the our local code specific factors.
okay, thank you.
Commissioner Bynum.
Mayor and Mr. Waters, what I'm curious about is factor number 11, capability of proposed use to meet applicable ordinance requirements. Because I feel like that has not been demonstrated by this applicant.
Well,
Number 11.
yeah, I think that's I guess I think that's referring to planning ordinance requirements. I mean, I understand that. But, you know, I think once we've accepted, we accepted the application as a valid application. You know, again, we could draft the code in the future to say that if we catch you and you fail to apply and we catch you, that you don't get to apply for, you know, X amount of time. So we could put in a penalty, but we just currently don't have that.
Commissioner McKiernan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm looking through my golden rules, and I guess I'm just going to have to be resigned to the fact that I'm frustrated as all get out at this, because it is simply, to me, disrespectful of us that folks don't have, that they're asking for forgiveness rather than permission. And I'm going to keep looking for a second.
Okay.
Again, Gunner Hand, Director of Planning, resigned. If it helps, at the Planning Commission hearing, parking was noted as a big issue, but we removed the event space, which we think addressed that specifically.
Because this has
a parking lot in the
parking.
back.
I mean, it's got a parking lot.
It's also a long driveway.
If the event space is removed, then there should not be any spillover parking onto Halleck.
That's correct. Again, the two commissioners, planning commissioners, excuse me, that were voted in the negative, were most concerned about the compatibility as it relates to a lot of the public comment as well. Again, we can't make a recommendation based on opposition, but
And so
that
you
was
said
the
that
public comment.
the maximum occupancy now is set at 6 with no event space.
6 people, 3 cars max.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bynum.
Sir, what is the result of this item if no motion is made?
So for planning and zoning cases, because there's a due process attached to it, a decision has to be made at some point. You could remand it to the planning commission. You could continue and hold it over on your agenda for another month. So decision does not have to be made tonight. There are options.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think my concern, and I don't know how we're going to tackle this one, but my concern is setting a precedent. Precedent for others to just not worry about local ordinances to look into and abide by when trying to create something, a short-term rental. That's my only issue, but of course we have to follow the golden rules and make sure it's legally sufficient for us for any move we make. But that's what I'm concerned is precedent.
Thank you, Commissioner McKenna.
Thank you, Mayor. It would be my position that the fact that they didn't apply invalidates or removes our obligation to follow the golden rules in this case. But of course, that's just my opinion on this. It doesn't look like there is any recourse. I don't see any use in sending this back to Planning Commission. I don't know that there's anything that can be done at Planning Commission that couldn't be done here. I don't see any other way out of this other than just go along and make a motion to approve as submitted.
Second. Commissioner Stikes. Okay. Commissioner Townsend.
Just 2 quick questions. One, how did this come to planning and zoning since they did not follow the path that they should have before they engaged in the activity? I'm just curious how this came to planning and zoning. Second question is, would the body, not suggesting it, but just for information, would it have the ability to half what they asked for?
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. When we were reviewing the 505 Central project, it came to our attention that the current facility on that property was operating a short-term rental and an event space without an SUP. We immediately issued a stop work order requiring them to come in and apply for said special use permit.
And if I could, Commissioner, in response to your second question, yes, you can modify the stipulations. You can shorten the timeframe. If there's a motion to approve that passes, you could do 6 months. You can modify and that would just take 8 votes to modify the recommendation.
Okay, any further discussion? All right. I'll entertain a motion for special use permit SB 2022-0. Okay, you got it? Okay. And a second. Wow, okay. It's late. All right, it is. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Okay. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Ramirez,
No.
Johnson,
No.
Kane, Markley. Aye. Stites,
No.
Bynum,
No.
Burrows,
No.
Townsend,
I was taught not to buy litigation, so I have to approve the motion.
McKiernan.
Aye.
The vote is 3-6. The motion fails.
Okay. Thank you. This brings us to the end of our,
No.
go ahead, Mr. Waters.
We'll need a new motion because
Oh, we need a reason. Yes.
so either a motion to deny, hold over, remand.
What was the other guy's concern at parking?
Hold on just a second.
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. The parking issue was related to the event space. Again, the opposition at the Planning Commission was its suitability and its compatibility to adjacent land uses, which is factors to be considered number 2. It is zoned CO office for businesses.
All right, Mr. Waters, can you tell us where we're at and what the commission's options are at this point?
Yes, Mayor. So the motion to approve was did not pass, so it's still on the table. We either need a motion to deny or a motion to remand.
All right, I have Commissioner Townsend.
Well, I'd like to make another motion. I move to approve for 6 months instead of 1 year.
Stites second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to remand it, adjust it to 6 months. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Roll call, Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane, Markley,
Aye.
Stites, Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
The vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Stites make a motion to adjourn.
All right, well, this brings us to the end of our meeting. We have a motion and a second to adjourn. Roll call, clerk.
Roll call, Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane, Markley,
Aye.
Stites, Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows, Townsend, McKiernan.
Aye.
The vote is 9-0. The motion carries.